going live properly when they sit down, and because that's what Lucy was happy with yesterday. And then, are you happy to like watch for breaks when they say, okay, we're going to go for break and pause and for lunch and stuff and go live again? Okay, great.
When so with the forecasting roles, when they pause for lunch or break, because obviously you need lunch and break. Do you just pause and you can walk off and it's all fine?
Yes,
Okay, that's fine.
Really
Please don't stay in here if you don't need to. You need to come out.
I need to go find my phone because I've lost it somewhere and I need it in order
It's next to the copies in there.
Brilliant, thanks so much. I'll bring in my phone number so you can
So anybody wants to chat me on phones, please.
Yeah, okay, cool. Do you want me to put your phone number in the chat, or do you not want it that publicly?
Nothing on Teams.
Just like it's just you, me, and Ella, isn't it?
Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, cool.
I've got to write the notes and the actions today because I don't think anyone else is around to do it. So I'm going to be going to set up to do that now.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. I'm glad that it is all set up. You've got your fan.
Yeah.
Cool. Do you actually want it to spin like that? I don't think you probably do you?
I don't when Anna was leaving. No, don't worry, it's fine. I want to spin. Please spin.
Okay,
Because,
okay.
so I don't sneeze here. Thank you so much.
Well done. Thank you so
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. It's now 9:30 and the hearing session on Matter 3, the housing requirement and the target, is now open. For those of you who haven't met us, I'm Caroline Malloy, and these are my colleagues, Dr. Rachel Bust and G.J. Fort, and we're the inspectors jointly appointed to hold the examination of the South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse Joint Local Plan 2041, and to report to the Council in due course. Just before we move on, can I ask participants to introduce themselves, starting with the Council, and then we'll work around the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. My name is Michael Bedford, King's Counsel, providing legal support to the joint plan-making authorities.
Good morning, inspectors. My name is Tom Rice. I'm the infrastructure planning team leader in the planning policy team. Thank you.
Good morning, Ben Duffy, Senior Planning Policy Officer for the councils.
Good morning, I'm Nigel Moore from Opinion Research Services, here to talk about the Joint Housing Needs Assessment.
Good morning, John Howells of ACOM. I'm here in relation to employment and housing.
Good morning. I am Colonel Retired George Curtis, representing Bioabundance, which is an organisation that looks for sustainability across South Oxfordshire, is a member of the Climate Coalition. In fact, we're on the Policy Committee, and we're in constant dialogue with the Environmental Audit Committee over housing policy and over the fact, the problems of managing housing and sustainability in different silos.
John Walsh. I'm here as an individual, but I was at one time a member of South Oxfordshire District Council.
I'm Councillor Jeanette Camps-Walsh. I'm Chairman of Beckley and Stowood Parish Council.
Good morning, Ben Ward, Marins, acting on behalf of Colcar Strategic Land.
Good morning, Caroline Chave Planning, representing Nurton Developments.
Good morning, inspectors. Paul Tucker, King's Counsel, on behalf of Dorchester Residential Management.
Good morning, I'm Colin Robinson from Lichfields, and I'm here today representing Taylor Wimpey and Vistry.
Good morning, Christopher Tennant from WSP, representing Defence Infrastructure Organisation.
Good morning, Stephen Sensical from Carter Jonas, acting for various clients.
Good morning, Peter Canavan, also of Carter Jonas, representing various clients, headline being Obsidian Strategic.
Roger Smith of Savills, representing Guys and St Thomas's.
Good morning, Julia Mountford, Savills, on behalf of Miller Homes and Bolney Court Incorporated. Thank you.
Good morning, Howell James from Nexus Planning, representing Crest Nicholson.
Morning, Jacqueline Mulliner from Tor & Co, representing Blenheim Strategic Partners.
Good morning, Mike Knott, Stantec, representing various clients. Good morning, Alistair McDonald, Blue Fox Planning, representing Wayne Homes.
Good morning, Alan Dival, Director at Walsingham Planning, acting on behalf of Nicholas King Homes.
Morning, Megan Streets from Gladman Developments.
Morning, Annie Jingle from Turley on behalf of Bloor Homes.
Good morning, Tim Burton, also from Turley, on behalf of various clients.
Good morning, David Murray Cox, also from Turley, on behalf of various clients.
Good morning, Rachel Williams, Planning Policy Manager, Oxford City Council.
And Simon Bird Casey, providing legal support to the City Council.
Thank you very much. Just to remind you all that the programme officer for the examination is Ian Kemp, who's sitting at the back there. I'm sure you've already met him. Ian should be the main point of contact prior to and after the sessions and should be copied into all correspondence. Now would be a good time to switch off mobile phones and other devices or switch them to silent. I'm just double checking mine is switched off. Can I ask the council to remind us of the housekeeping procedures, please?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse joint local plan hearings. This meeting is being held at the council offices in Abbey House, Abingdon, and is being streamed live on the council's YouTube channel for public viewing. We are not expecting a fire alarm today. However, in the event of a fire or emergency, sound the alarm by operating the nearest break glass, but do not dial 999. The monitoring station is responsible for contacting the fire brigade. Should the fire alarm sound, please evacuate the building via your nearest fire escape, which is down the staircase here, and meet at the assembly point located at the back of Abbey House in Abbey Gardens, following the security staff and council team members to leave the building. There is a yellow highlight on the map by the meeting room door for the specific location of the assembly point. Officers will assist with any evacuation. Please remain at your assembly point until authorised to leave. While evacuating, if the alarm ceases to sound, continue to leave the building until you are told to return by a member of staff or security team. If you will need assistance to get downstairs via an evacuation chair, please contact my colleague Oliver Moore or myself, who are giving a wave to help you. On to other housekeeping matters. As you'll have seen on your way in, all visitors must sign in and out at the registration desk when you arrive and depart. Toilets can be found towards the back of the room, just around the corner. Drinking water and cups are available at the kitchen area halfway along the room on the right-hand side. Please take all possessions with you upon leaving the building. Unattended items may be treated as a threat by the security team. The meeting is being live streamed and being made available via YouTube. Please do not record the meeting on any personal devices. Ensure they have been placed on silent. Microphones work by pressing the red light, not the button. The sound recording taking sound for... Sorry, I can't read the handwriting here, Lucy, but essentially there is a very minor echo that you can hear from the microphones, but on the live stream online, you don't hear the echo. It comes across very clearly. The Wi-Fi password can be found on the instruction sheets on your table. Thank you.
Thank you. So as the council mentioned, the hearings are being filmed and live streamed. And just to double check that everybody is comfortable with that before we move on, I am conscious that you do have a point to raise in relation to the microphones, but I'd like to get through the opening first before we deal with that. Is that okay?
Yes, this is a housekeeping point.
Can we take it at the end of my opening, please? You just bear with me. Just hold fire on that for a moment, and I'll bring you in when we get to the end. Thank you. So as the council mentioned about the microphones, you do need to ensure that they're switched on if you are going to speak, just to make sure that we can all hear in the room and that what you're saying is picked up on the live stream. It's probably worth just making sure your laptop's on too close to your microphone as well, just to avoid any disturbance, background noise or feedback from computers, etc. So just in terms of the procedure today, the hearing session will take the form of a structured discussion, which we shall lead based on the agenda, matters and issues and questions. Just check, does everyone have sight of the agenda? So we will try and bring you in at the relevant point, but if you do wish to make a point, please put your nameplate up on Edge. Thank you for demonstrating that. And we'll bring you in when we can. We would like to remind everybody that you should have provided all of your evidence in your original representation. The hearing sessions are not an opportunity to submit anything further. So any comments that you do make during the hearing session should relate to the points made in your original representations. Due to the number of participants today, please help us to be as efficient as we can with the running of the hearing session. We have read all of your statements, so there's no need to read them out. And also, if other participants have raised a point, there's no need to repeat that point. We will have a note of that point. So just to give a brief overview of our role, we are tasked with considering the soundness of the plan in accordance with the criteria of the National Planning Policy Framework, and also to assess whether it is legally compliant. And the hearings are intended to assist us in those deliberations. The Council have submitted what they consider to be a legally compliant and sound plan, and this is a starting point for the examination. So if you are challenging the soundness and or legal compliance, then please explain why, and importantly, what changes you think are necessary to make it sound. Just a reminder that due to the transitional arrangements, we will be working on the December 2023 version of the framework for the purposes of this examination. The councils have specifically requested us to recommend any main modifications that may be necessary to ensure the soundness and legal compliance of the plan. And it's important to point out, though, that our task is with ensuring adequacy and not perfection. So if something is sound and legally compliant as submitted, we have no power to recommend any changes to the plan that would seek to improve the plan or make it more sound.
Madam Chairman, I am sorry to butt in, but I cannot hear you. And the problem is the hearing system. I know we've got to speak in the microphone because it's being recorded, but then it comes back on a loudspeaker, which is a few milliseconds later than you're speaking. Is there any way you can disconnect the loudspeakers? Because I'm sure we've all got clear enough voices to speak round the table. I
must interrupt you. We did say we'd deal with that point at the end of my opening. I will speak into the microphone a little bit closer so you can hear me. Is that better? Right. Okay. So we will. I'm determined to get to the end of the opening, and then I will bring you in. I promise. So, in order to test the soundness and legal compliance of the plan, we will need to ask questions. You will have seen that we've already done this in our preliminary questions and in correspondence with the councils and in the published MIQs. And both the councils and other participants have responded to those. Those questions will continue today. However, anything that is asked should not be taken as demonstrating a particular predisposition on our part. We'd normally ask the council to start a particular topic by asking for their responses to the questions we have before bringing others in to speak. Just a reminder also that the hearing statements submitted for Matter 3 at the Stage 1 hearings will be taken into account and form part of our overall assessment of these matters as we progress. The purpose of today is to take forward the previous discussions on these matters and discuss the specific questions set out in Stage 2 MIQs. I would also like to remind participants of paragraph 18 to 20 of the examination guidance note, which makes it clear that our role is to consider the soundness of the plan as submitted. It is not our role to consider the soundness of omission sites, and these will not be discussed in the hearing session today. Should the situation arise that any additional sites for development are needed, we will look to the council in the first place to decide which alternative or additional sites should be considered. So before we come on to the issue of the microphones, does anyone have any other procedural questions about the hearing procedure today? No. So with me speaking more closely into the microphone, does that help in people hearing what I'm saying? We could certainly hear you loud and clear when you were talking, but certainly for other participants, can everyone hear me okay? Yeah. I tend to find I get a bit more feedback when I'm closer to the mic, which is why I was trying to keep back a little bit, but does that help?
Thank you, yes. And the experience yesterday, my next door neighbour and I agreed it might have been in sober, crowded places. Please ask people to speak clearly, slowly and with pauses because we have a dodgy sound system. And it would be greatly appreciated. I am technically hard of hearing, but I have deaf aids that are tuned to pick up high frequencies and so can normally hear well. And I've been most grateful for your indulgence.
Okay, thank you. Well, if you are struggling, please just raise a hand and remind us of those points. But yes, if everyone could speak closely into the microphone, that would be helpful. Thank you very much. So moving on to the agenda for today. Just to say that the MIQs have been sort of overtaken, shall we say, by events to a degree. So I think we need to take that on board. I think there are some questions which we could probably deal with fairly quickly as a result of that. So just bear with us because we're sort of adapting as we go along. Just to draw your attention before we start, the council submitted a document yesterday afternoon, which was announced at the end of the session. But for those who weren't there, just to draw your attention to a new document, LPA 85, if people had the opportunity to see that. The document provides an update to various elements of the housing and employment requirements and supply, and the interaction between them, and updates a number of documents which we will come on to in more detail. Just to say that given that those documents have come in fairly late in the day, that we consider it's only fair to give participants a period of time to review that document and to put their comments in writing. So we'll come back to that in terms of, what would be a fair period of time for people to respond to that. I just wanted to deal with that up front. I do want to try and keep things contained today as much as possible. So rather than ask the council to introduce the document as a whole, what I was proposing to do is ask you to introduce the housing aspect of it at the relevant parts of the agenda, and then we'll deal with the updates to the employment side of things when we come on to those MIQs, if that's acceptable to the council. Did the council have anything they wish to add in principle at this stage on that particular document?
No, Madam, other than to say that we anticipated that you might want to provide an opportunity for other participants to submit a written comment, and we certainly think that's sensible. Obviously, to the extent that people raise matters during the course of today's session, we'll try to deal with them, but we recognise that some things might be better dealt with in written comments.
Okay, thank you. So I think we'll come back to that in terms of, what would be a reasonable period of time to consider that document at the end in our closing. But if participants could have a think about that in the meantime. So in terms of the first question, just to give a little bit of background for participants and to remind participants of where we were last year. The planning practice guidance indicates that local housing need calculations using the standard method may be relied upon for plan making for a period of 2 years from the time that plan is submitted for examination. So given where we are with the time frame, we have asked the council to recalculate the local housing need of the respective districts on that basis. And the council did that through their response to our request in document LPA 63. And that showed that the LHN would be 4.7% less than the submission local housing need. And table 2 shows the updated LHN applied to the JLP plan period 2021 to 2041, including the previously agreed unmet need from Oxford City Council. So as part of the MIQs, we asked the question as to whether it's appropriate to backdate the recalculated LHN to the start of the plan period. However, it's fair to say that the MIQs have been overtaken somewhat by events, and the Council's Matter 3 statement proposes rebasing the housing requirement to 2025 to align with the date of the recalculated LHN, reflecting the fact that the LHN is forward-looking. Reading various statements from participants around the table, there does appear to be broad consensus that rebasing the housing requirement to 2025 is the right approach in principle. And I think it also has the advantage of aligning with the emerging Oxford local plan base date and the calculation of unmet need. So given that there appears to be some consensus on that, and just taking aside the fact that some participants are looking for the LHN to be calculated on the newer 2024 NPPF method, taking that aside, in principle, I just wanted to take soundings briefly in terms of whether participants are happy to support rebasing the requirement to 2025. And on that basis, there would be no need to take any account of undersupply, as those would be taken into account in the revised rebase calculation. And that somewhat negates the need, I think, to go to question 3.1 of the agenda and associated questions. So I just thought it might help to expedite matters if we can seek consensus on that. So I shall start with the council and then take any representations around the room just to gauge the response on that.
Thank you, Mum. I don't really have too much to add to what you said there. I think you've summarised our position very clearly. So in the interest of brevity, I'm happy to move on and ask what other participants have to say and then maybe respond at the end. Thank you.
Any other points or views which maybe depart from the approach that the council suggested of rebasing the plan period? Yes, Ms. Jingle.
It's just a high level point, and no objection in principle. However, if we are going to do that, the 2023 MPPF is clear at paragraph 61 that the standard method should be informed by a local housing needs assessment, and simply recalculating the standard method doesn't undertake that exercise. And within that, paragraph 63 is clear that within undertaking that local housing needs assessment, you should be establishing the need for different groups. So just recalculating the high level standard method would mean actually you need to update the evidence base beneath it, including those for affordable housing, older persons, care, self-build. So I think we're in a bit of a sort of situation here where, yes, it is appropriate to update it and rebase it. However, that would then require the rest of the evidence base to be updated.
Okay, thank you. And I think that we'll be coming on to discuss that point in terms of the implications for the remainder of the evidence base. But yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. Yes.
Are you covering the calculations in LPA 63, which shows a 4.7% decrease in the number of houses? And we would query the council's comment there that that's an insignificant amount and therefore should not be taken off the totals. As you can understand, at 250 tonnes carbon emission per house, we take the position in bioabundance that if housing numbers should not be more than the absolute minimum required. I know that 250 tonnes is something that is questionable. It includes scope 1, 2 and 3 emissions, and scope 3 emissions are particularly difficult to calculate. But it is a large carbon amount per house. Therefore, if there is an opportunity to reduce numbers by 4.7%, we would strongly ask that that be done. That's particularly so for the Oxford numbers, where their overspill, if that goes down by that number, they needn't ask us to build so many of the houses they need in our countryside. Thank you.
Thank you. And as I explained at the beginning, LPA 63 has been overtaken by LPA 85, which I appreciate you may not have had the opportunity to look at. I mean, it may be worth just asking the council just to summarise for the benefit of participants the effect that rebasing the base date and extend with the proposals to extend the base date to 2043 in order to provide a 15-year sort of strategic policies. Just to summarise what that means in terms of the housing figures, if the council could do that, please.
Thank you, Ma'am. So in LPA 85, if you look at table 3, that compares that identifies the new proposed housing requirement for the period 2025 to 2043. And for South Oxfordshire, that results in a housing requirement of 14,886. And for the Vale of Whitehorse, 12,684. How that compares to the submission plan would be a reduction of 1,644 homes for South Oxfordshire, which is a 9.5% drop. And for Vale of Whitehorse, it would drop by around 12.5%, or 1,806 homes. And that information is contained in paragraph 10 of LPA 85.
I'd just add, because we've now started looking at LPA 85, with apologies, there is a small typo in table 4, which I hope people had spotted and could work out for themselves, but I think I probably just ought to articulate it. In table 4, for the column under Vale of White Horse, for row B, which is looking at local housing need for the year 25-26, the figure that's printed in the table appears simply as the figure of 6. That is simply the first part of the figure. The figure should be 603 because it should be exactly the same as the figure in table 2 at row F for Vale of White Horse, where you again see local housing need for 25-26, and the figure should be 603. And obviously the South Oxfordshire figure for the same year is 552. And if you look at table 4, for its row B, the 552 figure has been correctly carried across, and the 603 figure sadly lost 2 of its digits. So apologies for that, but I say it's not new information. And hopefully, I say people familiar with this will have seen that and worked it out.
Can we therefore ask the council to provide an updated version of the document, just to for completeness, really?
One other point, Madam, while we're doing the calculations, may I make it? And that is the windfall amount that I know that in the past it has been added as an extra amount of houses built, but surely when we are on tight targets, the windfall amount should be reduced from the other figures rather than added to them. But I know this may be government policy that has spilled onto us that we have to add them.
Thank you. Does the council want to respond to that? Obviously, we'll be coming on to testing the windfall allowance in the housing supply session, but just in response to that point.
Yes, thank you, Mum. Obviously, we're focusing on the elements of housing requirement today, and the windfall would be a supply contribution, which we believe we're tackling in the October-November potential hearing session. So, yes, for now, I don't have too much to say on windfall, other than if you do look at the 5-year land supply statements which are submitted into the examination library, and I will try and find the reference for you, but there are JLP specific ones which amend the windfall calculation compared to what's assumed at the moment to reflect the changes in the spatial strategy that were being discussed yesterday. So the windfall calculation has and will be continuously updated to reflect the changes in the spatial strategy, but I think we'll be talking about that in detail more in the autumn.
I think by way of summary, by rebasing the plan period 2025 to 2043, there would actually be a reduction in the LHN calculation of the housing need. A technical point, but the housing requirement is sort of a slightly different thing, and we can come on to that. So we have sort of partly touched on the document, and in terms of the rebasing the plan period 2025 to 2043, the document did also look at our request at rebasing the housing requirement 2021 to 2043. Can the council just take us through that, please?
Thank you, Ma. So in LPA 85, Table 1 presents if we were to have the housing requirement from 21 to 43, it would have a housing requirement for South Oxfordshire of 17,298 homes, and for Vale of Whitehorse, 15,272, and that is set out in Table 1. This would compare to the submission plan, which is the 21 to 43 period, a moderate increase of 4.7%, or 768 homes in South Oxfordshire, and for Vale of Whitehorse, a similar percentage at 5.4%, with 782 additional homes. And the reason for that change is because we've added an additional 2 years plan period, but also the figure which we've applied throughout the plan period from 2025 onwards would be a lower standard method-based calculation than the submission version, because it's updated to reflect the latest affordability ratios from 2025. We have listened to the points that were raised in summer of last year, and I believe it's the conclusions of the Winchester local plan examiner, and have used the correct local housing need calculation from each previous year. So for 2021, that uses the 2021 10-year forecast plus the 2021 affordability ratio. And that's shown on Table 2, with each of those subsequent years identified up to 2025. And then with row F being the 2025 calculation forecasted forward for the remainder of the plan period to ensure we have those 15 years post-adoptions 2043. Thank you.
That's really helpful, thank you. So before we move on to look at the potential implications of rebasing the plan period 2025 to 2043, on the evidence base, I just wanted to check, having heard the council's summary of the updated figures, whether there are any comments around the room on those before we move on. No, we're very well behaved today. So far. So I'd like to raise a general question first before looking at the individual evidence-based studies that are itemised on the agenda. Just in broad terms, what impact that the change in the plan period 2025 to 2043 would have on the impact on the evidence base as a whole, because obviously the evidence base has been prepared largely on the base of 2021 to 2041, and we'll get into the individual studies shortly, but are there any broader points at this stage on the implications of changing the plan period as a whole on the evidence base before we pick up individual studies?
Thank you, Mum. Obviously, the next point on the agenda delves into very specific items, but speaking generally, with the exception of the JHNA, most of our evidence studies examined a housing supply to look at the impact of across the different topic areas. It was not based on the housing requirement, and therefore, because the housing supply is so far above the housing requirement in the districts, there was no need to update those evidence studies because they had already assessed a worst case scenario. So to update to reflect the change in the reduction in the housing requirement as we are proposing in the modifications HOU1 we don't believe there are any significant impacts on other areas of the evidence base, but obviously there are the elements of the JHNA, the ELNA, and then IDP and viability, which you've asked specific questions on. So I'm happy to take questions on those perhaps after others have had a say, but thank you.
Any broad points at this stage before we move on? No? I mean, just thinking out loud, which is always dangerous. For example, in terms of highways evidence, the highways evidence and other studies would have been assessed on the allocations in the plan, taking account of the windfall allowance and looking at the supply, assessing the impact of where, those sites coming forward as a whole and looking at the cumulative impact. So as you say, it would be an assessment of the worst case scenario.
Yes, in fact, the highways and transport evidence in particular is the worst case scenario because it's not based on a projected trajectory for the sites. It assumes the whole quantum of the allocations in the plan will come forward by the end of the plan date. So the transport evidence itself is even more conservative in terms of assessing the impact. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there aren't any broader points, can we move on now to discuss the impact of the change in the plan period, revised LHN requirement on the housing needs study? And I would like to start with the council first, please.
In terms of the housing needs study, our model essentially builds from the annual housing needs figure, and the recalculated local housing needs assessment has fallen by 4.7%. Our professional judgment is that that is not a significant change. I think ways of illustrating just how significant or insignificant this is. If I could draw your attention to figure 46 in the joint housing needs assessment.
Allow us time to get there, please.
Which is HES 15.1. Yes. And page... Sorry?
Figure...
HES 15.1, figure 46, which is on page 52. This shows the current level of affordable need in South Oxfordshire as an example, and this just illustrates the issue that we're dealing with here. The key number in here that feeds into our model is the affordable housing net need, so the penultimate column, and that equals 631 at the bottom. So there was 631 net need for affordable housing in South Oxfordshire. Our model would seek to resolve that over the period of the plan. So in our initial assessment in the joint housing needs assessment, we divided that by 20, which is 31.55 dwellings per annum. If we were doing it for the period 2025 to 2043, we would divide it by 18. That would increase the need to 35 dwellings per annum. So rounded, we'd be moving from 32 dwellings per annum to 35 dwellings per annum. And that would be a number that feeds into our model. But then if we move down to all the charts that, for example, run from figure 52 onwards, which are 57 onwards, each one of those charts would marginally change if you change the total dwelling need. So the number of households forming, the number of migration households, the number of out migrants, even the number of deaths would very, very marginally change. And each one of those would marginally reduce in terms of the need that they're impacting upon South Oxfordshire. Therefore, the current need would change by around 3. The future need would change in the opposite direction by a very, very small amount. The overall impact on needs per annum would barely change. And on that basis, we took the view as a professional judgment, there's nothing needs to be changed. That, you know, the study did not require to be updated because there was not a significant change in the overall impact on affordable need within this study.
I just wanted to double check whether you have used the most up-to-date figures in terms of recalculation of LHN set out in LPA 85. You mentioned a reduction in the LHN of 4.7%, which I believe was from LPA 63, looking to the council. Obviously, the reduction in terms of rebasing the LHN to 2025 would be greater.
Thank you, Mum. Yes, so the figures that Mr. Moore was referring to just then were the change in the annual LHN figure, and it's that annualised figure that pulls through to the JHNA. In terms of that, obviously compares to the numbers I gave you from paragraph 10 of LPA 85. When you compare across the entire plan period, by nature of the different length of plan period, it does result in a more significant overall reduction. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification.
Madam, I think we'd attempted to explain that at paragraph 3.3.8 of the statement, that on an annual basis, you still got 4.7. It's only the change the number of years that makes the percentage seem different.
May I say 3,000 houses is 75,000 tonnes of carbon emission.
Can you just say that again, please?
I think at 250 tonnes carbon emission, scope 1, 2 and 3 per house, that these extra 3,000 houses are not trivial. It's an extra 75,000 tonnes of carbon emission, and this will, the building plan is going to breach the county's carbon plan in any event. It's been fudged in the past because scope 3 emissions have not been included. If you include them, which they should be, then any decrease in the number of houses helps us stay somewhere near our carbon targets for Level County.
Okay, thank you. Would the council like to respond to that?
Thank you, Mum. Obviously, the planning system encourages us to consider all elements of sustainable development, including environmental, economic and social. So we do acknowledge that additional homes will have a carbon impact. And as you were hearing at great length in previous days, the council has introduced or is proposing to introduce policies that will attempt to reduce or offset as far as is possible the carbon impact of building new homes, but appreciate that would, you know, it's still in the context of additional development, and it will have a carbon impact. But policy CE2 sets out our net zero homes ambition. So yes, just to say, obviously this is in the context of the standard method which government expects us to adhere to. The housing calculations from the standard method are a minimum starting point, and there is flexibility, indeed perhaps encouragement from government to consider whether there's opportunities to go above that. So given the significant housing supply proposed in the plan and the very modest reduction in housing requirement, the council don't consider that a significant point, Mum. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jingle.
I think it comes back to this point about, so where we've referred to figure 47, if you look at the numbers in figure 47, this refers to the 2011 census. We're looking at households in priority need, homeless households. None of these underlying figures have been updated, and the NPPF is clear at paragraph 8b, you're looking at current and future needs. So while you can tweak the standard method figure and adjust these at the top, actually you're not looking at the underlying figures of what the affordable housing need is now. And I think if we're using the most up-to-date local housing needs figure and using the up-to-date affordability ratios, you should be looking at what those current needs are in temporary accommodation, what the current housing register is. And then also it's important to highlight that since this study was done, you've had an updated set of subnational population projections, which the 2022 ones are significantly higher than the 2018 ones. So again, it comes back to this point of if you are going to update the standard method, as set out in paragraph 61, it needs to be underpinned by an updated local housing needs assessment. You can't just tweak the figures at the top across the period. You need to understand what your current needs are to be able to understand what your future needs are. And I don't think that has been done here.
Councillor, like to respond?
Yeah. In terms of housing needs assessments, there is always new data. There is always changes in data every year. Obviously, the background data changes every year. The household projections come typically every 2 years. The 2022 based projections are different, but they are different from the 2018 based ones which we use, which are different from the 2016, 2014 based ones, which fed into the local housing needs assessment calculation. The key case that we always point to people on this is figure 77 within the joint housing needs assessment, which is on page 76. So that is showing what the household projection, the first circle there is demonstrating what would be needed to keep pace with household projections at the time we undertook the study. The second circle considers pent-up demand, concealed households, households who should have formed but haven't. And the remaining circle, which is then added to equal the total, is the number of dwellings which are needed to balance the standard method against extra in-migration. So this is people who would need to move to South Oxfordshire and to Vale of Whitehorse to balance the equation. So if we started with a higher household projection, that number would just be lower. So we'd just be taking one number out and replacing it with a lower number of in-migrants. So we'd have more in-migration built into the household projections, but we'd have lower in-migration built into a different element of our model. So at any point, the numbers would, if I did the study today, I did the study next month, it's quite likely the answer would be fractionally different because some other piece of data that we use has been updated and it is constantly being updated. But as a big picture, changing the overall housing need by 4.7% does not have significant impacts upon what we're doing, particularly in the context of reducing the plan period from 20 years to 18 years. There are offsetting effects within there.
Sorry, apologies. We don't accept the premise that underlies the law position that the NPPF mandates that you must update a study such as the JHNA simply because there is a update of the local housing need figure derived by the standard method. As with all evidence-based studies, the question is whether the evidence is proportionate to the task in hand, and that involves a consideration of any changes of circumstance and then the application of a planning judgment to those changes of circumstance. Mr. Moore has carried out that exercise in the sense that he has reflected on the changes of circumstance. He has applied a professional judgment, which we would suggest is eminently reasonable to that, and reached a conclusion which he's expressed to you. That would be an entirely proportionate response, which is to look at the degree of change and then reach the view that it's unlikely to materially affect the outcomes. Absolutely, in terms of precise figures, there will always be an adjustment. If you change anything in a complex study, change one thing, it will have a slight knock-on consequence, but you can step back from that, which is what Mr. Moore has done, and expressed his professional view to you that there is no necessity to redo the whole exercise because it's not going to tell you anything materially different to what you already know from the work that has been done.
I think it would be helpful from our point of view, Mr. Moore. You explained the process that you went through. You explained the process that you went through to that there wouldn't be, materially significant impact in terms of the housing needs assessment. It would be helpful if you could provide a note on that, just to show your thought process and thinking in terms of how you've arrived at that conclusion. I think that would be helpful for the examination.
Yeah, we will certainly Mr. Moore to do that. Okay.
Ms. Jingle.
Just to come back on Mr. Bedford's point, if we look at paragraph 61 of the MPPF, what it says is to determine the minimum number of homes needed, strategic policy should be informed by a local housing needs assessment conducted using the standard method in national planning guidance. Full stop. So the standard method should be undertaken within the wider local housing needs assessment. And I take Mr. Moore's point about data sets are regularly updated and we wouldn't want to keep doing it. However, the point is, we have had to have a recalculation of this standard method because it has been more than 2 years. So if that standard method has needed to be recalculated because of the passage of time, per paragraph 61, that update of the standard method should be supported by an update of the local housing needs assessment, and that should take account of the most up-to-date data. So essentially what we're doing here is picking and choosing the bits of the MPPF that we like and we don't like. You can't have a lower standard method based on the up-to-date figures without actually looking at what those needs are underlying that. And that includes updated household projections, updated census data, updated housing register data. So this needs to be supported by evidence. It's all well and good, Mr. Moore saying, and I appreciate you requesting those updated calculations. However, it's all those data sets that go into these need calculations that haven't been done. And this is because this examination has dragged on for quite a significant period of time. And if the plan had been sound at the point of submission, we wouldn't have had the constant series of updates that we have had. So I don't accept that position. And the MPPF does say you need a new local housing needs assessment.
I mean, is your concern, Ms. Stringle, that the lower housing requirement could potentially impact the ability to provide affordable housing and other sort of specialist housing in the area?
Yes, exactly that. And it's one of those things where this data moves on, but it needs to understand the current position. And if we are looking at a current standard method figure, but we're not looking at current needs for affordable housing, some of which of these people are in absolute dire need. And in the meantime, housing registers have gone up, temporary accommodation's gone up. This doesn't reflect what is needed now. And we can't know that until this study has been done. So how can this be positively prepared if it's not being prepared on what the current needs are?
And I'll ask the councillor to respond to that. But in the recalculated LHN, my understanding is that the affordability ratios are actually lower as opposed to higher. Is that right?
That is what the data shows, Madam. Yes, in terms of the national publication of affordability ratios. But there is, I think the point is that I think possibly the Bloor position is misinterpreting that part of paragraph 61 of the MPPF, because when that refers to a local housing need assessment, that is not the same thing as a joint housing needs assessment looking at components of different types of need within the housing need, including things like affordable housing, other specialist housing needs, or so on. What that is directed to is getting to the number of homes that are needed, i.e. the housing requirement figure. And what paragraph 61 is telling you is that when you're doing your local housing need assessment to identify what your local housing need is, you should use the standard method. And then there's a caveat for exceptional circumstances, which we're not presenting or arguing about here. But that is an exercise which we've done in the update. We have used the current standard method to provide you with a local housing need figure. But having done that, the issue of then looking, as paragraph 63 deals with, within this context of establishing need, you should then go on to look at things like size, type, tenure, and so on. That's a separate exercise, and that's the matter where professional judgment comes to bear. If there's a change in the overall figure, do you need to revisit, as it were, how those lesser ingredients work? And that's the point that Mr. Moore has already addressed. So I think, again, our position is we don't accept that the Bloor position is correct in terms of what the MPPF requires. We're comfortable that we've properly interpreted the MPPF in that regard, and we're comfortable with the professional judgment that we've reached on that. But we will provide you with a written note to explain Mr. Moore's thinking as to why he's reached that conclusion.
And I think the other point on that, so, you know, I acknowledge your concerns in relation to, you know, the reduction in the LHN, the potential effect that might have on delivery of affordable housing. But I just think the other thing to point out is that the housing supply is actually higher, and so it wouldn't necessarily prevent housing coming forward in that light, because the housing supply is higher than the actual LHN as calculated in the submission draft, and also in terms of the recalculated LHN. So I just wanted to make that point. Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, Madam Inspector. If I'm not audible for some reason, if somebody can tell me, that would be great.
Sorry, just before you do start, I think it might be worth just reminding participants to speak more slowly as well. And I have to say I'm very guilty of talking too fast at times. But if participants could bear that in mind, thank you.
I shall attempt to do so. Can I just respond with a due sense of incredulity to the submission made by Mr. Bedford about the fact that the principal assessment should be the proportionality of evidence? That's simply a misreading of MPPF 2023. The requirements are to read it in context and as a whole. And to support Ms. Gingall's point, paragraph 15 of MPPF makes it very clear that the objective of what we are doing in plan making, this is the first paragraph in the plan making chapter, tells us we should be doing creating up-to-date plans, providing a positive vision for the area and a framework for meeting housing needs. That's not meeting LHN, that's meeting housing needs in the generality, and that's clear when you read going further on that also includes specialist housing needs, affordable housing needs and general housing needs. If you then go further down to paragraph 31 of MPPF, the requirement is not just proportionate evidence. The requirement is that the preparation of all policies should be underpinned by relevant and up-to-date evidence. Yes, it's right, paragraph 35B, which deals with the three tests of soundness deals with proportionality of evidence, but it's very clear that MPPF also deals with the requirement for that to be up to date. If one then turns to paragraph 61, which is the paragraph that's engaged parties so far, paragraph 64 identifies that one should be identifying the minimum number of homes by reference to the LHN. It's very clear when you read the totality of this MPPF, and again, there's a degree of unrealities for the exercise we're engaged in by focusing unduly in relation to the LHN as it was in 2025. The requirement of the 2023 MPPF is to ensure that one is looking at the minimum number of homes informed by, not bound by, informed by the LHN. And you get that from both the PPG, which we cite in our hearing statement to tell you that's the minimum number, but also from the text of MPPF itself. Paragraph 7 and paragraph 8b and paragraph 11 all tell us that plans, that's all plans, including those under the transitional arrangements, should meet the needs of their areas. So in the specific context of affordable housing, self-evidently, that is not needs of their areas as they were assessed in a report from 2021 or an evidence base which is now 5 years out of date. It means needs of their areas, full stop. And it should, the question and the filter should be whether or not one is up to date. So in terms of the additional work, the homework that you just set, if I may say so, Madam Inspector, to the Council, as to why it is that the Council believe that they don't need to revisit their evidence base, that needs to be viewed through two different prisms. The first of which is the overriding assessment that LHN is minimum and that one needs to meet needs of their areas. I've got 20 different references I can give you, but I invite you to read MPPF 2023 as a whole. But also through the prism that the requirement in the first paragraph of the plan-making chapter of MPPF is that you, madams and sir, sitting in the shoes of the Secretary of State, standing in the shoes of the Secretary of State, are obliged to apply the obligation that one looks at whether the evidence is up to date. If it isn't, it's not possible to find the plan sound either without some sort of review or without concluding that it doesn't meet paragraph 35b and that there's a need for something else to be done. So I do invite that there to be some degree of realism in terms of the debate that we're having, because the realism is not, do we meet LHN, and then do we have the supply which happens to be in advance of, in excess of the basic LHN as it was in 2023. That's not the question. The question is, based upon up-to-date evidence, do we have it? Is the supply sufficient to meet the obligations in paragraph 7, 8a, 11, 15 and 61? And self-evidently, it isn't. And apologies that I sped up at the end, I got far too excited.
Can I ask the Council to respond firstly on terms of the points raised on the interpretation of the MPPF and the updatedness, if you like, of the evidence base?
Madam, I think the starting point is that the MPPF does not expect, as it were, the impossible. It expects plan making, but plan making has to come to a conclusion. The plan making process inevitably takes time, and it's recognised that there will be changes of data during the plan making process. That is something which I say is inevitable. And if it were an expectation of the MPPF that every piece of data had to always be, as it were, the most up-to-date at whatever particular point of the examination you were considering, you would never get to the end of the plan-making process, because you would always be updating documents to a new data point. And so the MPPF doesn't require such an unrealistic approach. What it requires is a planning judgment to be made as to whether the evidence remains sufficiently up to date to inform sound decision making, and that brings into account the issue of proportionality. You are perfectly able to reach a judgment on that. we have expressed our view as to whether the degrees of change in terms of a minor reduction in the scale of local housing need would necessitate revisiting the joint housing needs assessment. We have concluded that it wouldn't. We will provide you with a note to explain furthermore our thinking on that. I think we will also perhaps draw to your attention some of the decisions of recent inspectors on local plans where they've also had to grapple with this issue of should you or should you not require updating of evidence. As to Mr. Tucker's wider point about supply, I don't think that the purpose of today's session is to talk about the supply matters, and obviously that's a matter for the future, so I'm not going to engage with that, but we certainly don't accept, as it were, the premise underpinning Mr. Tucker's point that somehow the supply has been undermined by the changes we're proposing to the requirement.
So in terms of the joint housing needs assessment, the council's position is that there wouldn't be sufficient change to warrant updating the joint housing needs assessment. And also the council's view is that the change in the LHN, which would result in a reduction potentially, and so the LHN and the housing requirement are two different things, but it wouldn't necessarily constrain the ability to meet the affordable and other specialist housing needs in the district over the period of the plan.
Yes, that is a fair summary.
I mean, obviously the housing needs study went to 2041, and we're looking at extending the plan period to 2043. What impact would that have in terms of the latter part of the plan and the ability to meet affordable and specialist housing need?
The way our model works is to take the annual leave on the local housing need on an annual basis and then apply it across the study period. So adding 2 more years to it would effectively be rolling forward the findings that we already have, but we're removing the findings that we had from the beginning. So we think of this as an annual study, an annual level of need, which then gets multiplied by the time period of the study. So it has very, very minimal impact upon what we're doing. You would get, again, slight variations in the age of the population, slight variations in the household mix, but it is extremely slight.
Can I just ask, in terms of a time frame for providing that additional note, it would have been really useful to have it here to interrogate it and to ask questions on it in terms of the methodology you've used to reach that.
Could we have a chat during the break, Mum, and then advise on capacity? But obviously we'll treat that as ASAP. Thank you.
Mr. Tucker?
Yeah, a small point, but a point which has some force, I suspect. Mr. Bedford rightly has told you a moment or two ago that what the council have done is form a planning judgment about the appropriateness of their evidence base in relation to matters. What you've just been told by the last speaker was, don't worry about it, it's just maths, we just roll forward the figures. With respect, it can't just be rolling forward the figures. There's a precursor to that, which is the question that you set for homework, which is, could you explain to me your planning judgments to why the evidence base is appropriate? The answer cannot just be, it's just maths. That's not rational. The filter you need to look at this is whether it's appropriate to have an evidence base for a plan that will be adopted in 2027, which was prepared back in 2021, and whether or not that meets the requirements of MPPF, which tells you should have up-to-date evidence. Forgive me for a bit of a grandmother's egg sucking point, but when government responded to the consultations in relation to draft MPPF and said that there should be transitional arrangements, government stressed repeatedly, it's their answers to question 35 for any geeks in the room, that the whole purpose of the transitional arrangements was to seek to maintain the progress of plans at a more advanced stage of preparation, whilst maximising proactive planning for homes our communities need. The reason for the transitional arrangements wasn't just get on with it so we ultimately get a plan at some stage, however much we've dripped and finally got over the line by 2027. It was allowing an opportunity for advanced plans to get over the line, but also balancing that against the proactive planning that our communities need. Now, we have a wider point about the requirement being grossly insufficient, and there was a need to look at other points, and you have that in our hearing statement. But specifically on the point about affordable housing, that brings the point into sharp relief that that's doing the antithesis of what government is intending, of just, well, our methodologies rolls matters forward by a couple of years and don't worry about it. The planning judgment is crucial.
Mr. Tucker, just could you just remind us of that reference? It's the consultation response, isn't it?
Yes, sir. It's the consultation response from the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government on the 27th of February 2025, and it's the response to question 35. I'm happy to extract that and provide that to Mr. Kemp if that would be helpful, sir. It's the one with the flow diagram in, which tells you how to do a transitional arrangement plan and assumes that, don't worry if there's an SDS in place. So it's the most optimistic response you've ever seen from government.
Yes, please, Mr. Tucker, that'd be useful.
I'll extract that, send that to Mr. Kemp, sir.
Could I just respond on that briefly? Mr. Tucker's criticism is not actually related to the topic that we're talking about, which is the updating of the housing requirement to reflect the more recent local housing needs assessment. What it is, as it were, a wider, as it were, point that Mr. Tucker says, well, if this plan isn't going to be adopted until 2027, some of the evidence base will date back to when the plan was first prepared, and that's his criticism. Whatever you decided to do about the housing requirement of the local housing need figure wouldn't have any bearing on that point, and we are rather straying outside of the purpose of today's session for that issue to be raised. You will be aware on, obviously, the session on Tuesday, there were a number of plan participants who were questioning the plan. But Mr. Tucker's point really goes to that issue. It doesn't actually go to the point that we're talking about this morning.
Ms. Tringle.
Just a few points. Firstly, on the point of local housing need versus local housing needs assessments, the PPG for housing and economic needs assessments makes clear at paragraph 13 that local housing needs assessments may cover more than one area, in particular where strategic policies are being produced jointly. And then there's a sub-point to that where there is a separate PPG, the housing needs of different groups. And paragraph 001 of that PPG expressly recognises the standard method for assessing local housing need identifies the overall minimum need. This guidance sets out how plan-making authorities should identify and plan for the needs of different groups. So in effect, these are two separate calculations. So you're updating one calculation without updating the underlying calculation that looks at the needs of different groups. And while the affordability ratio may have decreased over the period, that isn't an input into the calculation of affordable housing need. And those inputs, homelessness, temporary accommodation, since the 2021 assessment was done, those numbers have increased. So actually, when you look at the wider context of the current standard method under the 2024 MPPF, which is higher, we can see that actually you don't know that the affordable housing need would be similar or the same because these calculations haven't been done. And this is at a time where we're in the midst of an absolutely acute housing crisis, and this council is seeking to plan for affordable housing needs that it doesn't actually know or understand. So you need to update both elements of that calculation, and that is set out in national policy.
And Mr. Moore, the joint housing need assessment uses the 10-year migration trend varying to the 2018 based household projections. And that was adjusted to take account of the 2021 census and mid-year population estimates. And we asked a question in stage 1 hearings as to whether that was an appropriate demographic basis for determining housing need. The points being raised, obviously, about there being more up-to-date data, and you sort of addressed that from the point of view that you have to take really a point in time. You could be forever updating the sort of the data behind the study. But I would just be interested to get your views in terms of the direction of travel, if you like, in terms of the newer data emerging, and particularly in terms of the impact that may have on, for example, affordable housing need or specialist housing need. What's the direction of travel for this area in terms of those particular aspects?
Firstly, I think it should be noted that the study was produced in 2023, not 2021, and it used the most available data at that time. So if we were updating it, 2026 data, for example, is not published at the moment. So the most recent mid-year estimates, unless they've come out since I last aware, are 2024, for example. That's the most recent estimates of the population. So you're always going to be backward looking with your key data on this. I have just had, for example, a very quick check as to the number of people in temporary accommodation in South Oxfordshire. When we undertook this study, the figures are in figure 46 said that there were 8 people in temporary accommodation. The most recent data gives 17, which we then divide by 20 or by 18 for our study period. It's not a minor change if you're one of those people in temporary accommodation, but in terms of our modelling, it's less than half a household a year, effectively, is what has changed within this study, or around half a household a year. And again, our study, take Mr. Tucker's point, it's not maths, it's statistics, which is different. And the way in which this model works is very much probability driven. It is statistics driven, applies probability theory. If we extend this for any period of time, then you add another year's data, then that year's will be different, but it will only be marginally different because the way in which household projections and population projections are calculated by the ONS is generally in a linear format. So everything just moves onwards 1 year. So you basically push everything forward in straight lines. So there's very significant straight assumptions around straight growth around these population and household projections. And overall, given that the standard method is going to be slightly lower, then the inputs that we would be feeding through in terms of population and households would be slightly lower. Therefore, they would generate, everything else being equal, slightly lower numbers, but only slightly lower numbers.
Slightly lower numbers in terms of, specialists and affordable housing need, you mean?
And that is the case with the specialists in affordable housing need. Our modelling for affordable housing uses the current need and then works through the likely migrant, the likely household formation, the likely number of dissolutions within the households. If we start with a lower number of households, each one of those numbers is going to be slightly lower. So you would have slightly less in migration, slightly higher out migration, all of which would be reducing need. You would have slightly lower household formation. If we were looking at any of the other specialist groups, for example, older persons, then if your housing need is slightly lower over the period up to 2041 or 2043, then the consequences would be there would be slightly fewer older persons in the population by 2043, and applying our model into that sees you have a slightly lower need again, but again those changes are not significant. And the same would apply to adapted housing need M42, M43. Lower number of households equals fewer households who need adapted housing. And the consequence would be slightly reduced need for adapted housing, but only by a very small amount.
So it would impact on the emerging housing need, wouldn't it, rather than the current housing need, which you've taken into?
Yeah, we break our model into current need and future need, and the current need would not change. We could bring the current need up to date. It wouldn't. It's looking at the data, and as I said, every year, almost every month, a different input into our model changes. Therefore, things will constantly be changing in the current need. Looking forward, the model is driven by applying probability theory and statistics to the household and population projections and linking them back to affordability and linking them back to issues such as the number of households who are in receipt of housing benefit. That is the key drivers that work within our model to determine what's happening within the future, what's likely to happen in the future. Now, as was noted, the affordability ratios have improved in South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse, which is why their local housing needs, the overall local housing needs has fallen. But that doesn't particularly impact on our model. We don't factor that into it at all.
Just in case of the sort of emerging trends, though, in the sort of slightly more up-to-date data, are there any trends emerging that would potentially impact in terms of specialist housing need or affordable housing need, which would change the overall conclusions of the study?
Obviously the 2020, since we undertook this study, the 2022 based household projections, population projections have been produced. They were produced in 2025, so we couldn't have taken account of them. They are different, but they're using the same core underlying model for converting populations to households going forward from the ONS. And our model effectively didn't have enough people in it to fill the population of the standard method. No, if the standard method was delivered in South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse, the previous projections didn't have enough people in there to fill those homes. So we introduced more people, which was more migrants, and those migrants were added to the population to ensure there were enough people to fill those housing. The new projections are higher, so we would just be introducing fewer people as migrants in there. It would change the outcome again, fractionally and very marginally, but looking forward, the numbers are still working to the same basic principle. What percentage of the population require affordable housing? There's very little that has changed that is going to change that.
Okay, thank you. I'm afraid I'm going to add to your homework, it's been termed. I think it would be helpful if you could just put what you've explained in your note in terms of the emerging data and the potential impact or otherwise on the study, if that's possible.
Yeah, of course, yes.
Keeping you busy. Right, I'll bring in other participants now. Yes, thank you.
Is this the appropriate time to talk about the definition of affordability? In that, from my perspective, 30% of a median price in South Oxfordshire, 430k, is for the birds, if you're talking about affordable, and that what we would ask our council to do is to think about specialist affordable accommodation rather than just bolting it onto the back of other processes. And maybe what we're looking at is campus type accommodation, everything the heart could desire within 5 minutes for young professionals. And that I think the affordability needs redefining and getting a rope around it. Thank you.
Thank you. So council happy for me to take points around the table, and then we'll come back to the council to respond. Mr. Tucker again?
Yes, just one point in response to the proposition that the joint housing needs assessment is 2024. Yes, it is. If I can give you the reference, obviously it's HES 15.1 as the document. 4.12 of the document makes it crystal clear that the base date of the assessment is 2021. That's what I was referring to, not the date when it was signed off by the author.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Just to point out, I kind of welcome being able to see the council's workings and what these figures actually mean, because I think it's important to note it's not just a case of, well, we've just rolled forward a year with these new figures. They are very different, the new population projections. So the 2022 based population projections, which came out in June in 2025, and household projections, which came out in October, have got a totally different composition of growth. So previously what was driving growth was over 65s, but essentially it was neutral for families, for couples, in terms of net job growth.
Sorry to interrupt. Do you think you could slow down just because of the issue with the mic?
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, Mr. Tucker, I'm getting carried away. I'll slow down. So previously, the loss in larger families nationwide was fairly neutral. The latest 2022 based projections, it's flipped entirely. So previously, we were having a net loss of, say, 11,000. This is nationwide of couples. Now it's saying over the next 25 years, using the latest projections, we're losing 470,000 families with one child. And the flip side is we're gaining an awful lot of single population, household populations of 740,000 and smaller couples. So instead of previously, we were seeing larger families, now we're seeing couples and singles. And that's going to play out across the country, and it will play out in Oxfordshire as it does elsewhere. So it's not just the net growth in population households, it's the composition. And that's going to have a big impact on the mix of housing required, the household size, and all of the points that my colleagues on the right-hand side of the table have made. So I think it's really important that the council does do that homework, and rather than just suggest, well, it's just rolling forward a few points, actually does a bit of interrogation on that and updates the key points of the evidence. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Knox.
Thank you, Mum. The moment's kind of slightly been overtaken, but just a point building on the reference that Mr. Tucker's given you to the government's response relating to the transitional arrangements. So coming back to that, while maximising proactive planning for the homes our communities need, which I take the point from Mr. Bedford, he clearly doesn't want to go there, nor do we want to go to supply. But I think a point we were going to raise, and I'd raise it now, which is plainly this JLP doesn't maximise proactive planning for the homes our communities need. And that is probably most evident by virtue of the fact that the supply, which the council continue to make a point of, exceeds the proposed requirement, with, as I understand it, the sole exception of Dalton Barracks, a brownfield site, which on that basis, as proposed, could come forward absent of the JLP. The supply is already identified through the existing system and the existing local plans. It can't be the case that, as the government intended, this JLP maximises proactive planning for the homes our communities need when it is already delivered completely absent of this JLP. And on that basis, as well as other points we've made and we'll make later in this session, the consequence of non-adoption of this JLP would have no adverse consequence in terms of addressing affordability, meeting housing need, and all of the social and economic issues which have been mentioned. Health hasn't yet featured prominently, but clearly is a key priority for national planning policy. And we'll make the point now that on the basis of the supply and the position, we say what the council is doing through the JLP doesn't in fact comply with the framework.
Thank you, Mr. Jingle.
I would just make the point that the council's assumption, and it is an assumption because the maths hasn't been done, that affordable housing need has had a negligible change is quite undermined by the government live tables, which show that since 2021, the South Oxfordshire Housing Register has increased by 24%, and the Vale of Whitehorse Housing Register has increased by 18%. And again, this is households, not people. So I think we can't make the assumption that there has been a negligible change or minimal change, given that the sums haven't been done, and that is what is needed, required to understand what those needs are, how they are to be planned for, and for this plan to be found sound.
Thank you. Can I just ask the council to respond to the various points around the table, please?
Thank you. I might turn to Mr. Moore on the point raised by Lichfields, if that's okay, shortly. But in response to the point raised by Stantec, as we've set out, government policy was very clear in identifying the transitional arrangements. They support and continue to support a plan-led system. And in the context of where the JLP was in terms of progress, at the time the government's new MPPF and revised standard method came out, this plan was already at an extremely advanced stage. And I would like to remind the room that although planning, as we have experienced this week, does have a significant housing focus, the purpose of a local plan is more than just providing and identifying a supply of housing. Mr. Moore, I don't know if you wanted to comment on the points raised by Lichfields.
Yeah, I probably don't have that much to add because I think it just covers the points that we've already discussed, that at any point the data will be different and at any point there will be new data. But the underlying principle is that the local housing needs assessment has not changed significantly. We did produce a study in 2023. It used the current need as of 2021, but it also used the most available data, the best available data that we could at that time. So, for example, the house prices and rents were 2022 data we were using to model our affordable housing need, housing benefit data from 2022. We had factored in the most up-to-date data at that time to get the best estimate of affordable need, older person need, adapted housing need, and all the other specialist housing needs at that time. And changing the local housing need through the standard method by a relatively small amount has a relatively small change on that, unless you are completely reopening the model and changing significant underlying assumptions.
I'm just picking up the particular point Mr. Robson raised in relation to the more up-to-date 2022 based population household projections, and in particular the sort of move towards smaller households. What potential impact might that have on the housing needs study?
A move towards smaller households firstly gives us more households for any given population, which means we fill more of the standard method without having to introduce in-migrants, which is the first point about this. So it actually gets closer to meeting the needs overall. And obviously it then has a potential mix. It has two potential impacts. One is on the need for affordable housing, because different household types require different mixes of houses. So certain groups are more likely to require affordable housing, other groups are less likely to require affordable housing. It also has an impact upon the size mix. So smaller households typically require smaller housing, but there is also an incredible amount, particularly in Oxfordshire, of under-occupation within the existing dwelling stock. So smaller households may not necessarily equate to a need for smaller market housing in particular, because people tend to under-occupy. I'll give way to Tom.
Just before you come in, Mr. Rice, obviously I'd asked you to look at the potential implications of the emerging data and the sort of trends for the impact of the study. It would be helpful if you could cover that particular point as well.
Yes.
Yep. In terms of the smaller households. Mr. Rice.
Thank you. Sorry, I neglected to come back to Blaw's point on the affordable housing register points. I don't know if you'd be able to ask to confirm the date. Sorry, if we can catch the date which that was said for, or the exact live table source would be helpful, please. But I would point to figures 44 and 45 of the JNA, so HES 15.1, figure 44, figure 45, and that's showing that the number of households on the council's register has fallen steadily between 2015-16 and 2022-2023. Thank you.
Ms. Jingle, are you able to provide the...
Yes, so the data is from MHCLG Live Table 600, and the dates used are 2021, 31st of March 2021, which is the date the Joint Housing Needs Assessment starts, and the 31st of March 2025. For South Oxfordshire, there were 2,779 households on the housing register of 31st of March 2021. By 31st of March 2025, there were 3,449. And again, this is households, not people. The Vale of Whitehorse on the 31st of March 2021, there were 2,465 households, not people. And by the 31st of March 2025, that figure had increased to 2,904. So this is all government data, which is reported to government by the councils themselves.
Madam, can I just make a general point, if I can, on various of those submissions? The issue that we were, I thought, addressing is question 3.4 and the sub-permutations of that, looking at individual documents. Obviously, we then ended up in the Joint Housing Needs Assessment. But what your question is focused on is, are there any implications of the recalculated local housing need for the evidence base supporting the plan? Your question wasn't directed to, as it were, a broader point, which is simply, does the evidence base of the plan remain proportionate, appropriate and sufficient for its purpose? And most of the comments that you have heard, I think possibly with the exception of the specific comments from Mr. Robb, but most of the comments you have heard have not been actually addressing the implications of the changes to the local housing need. They have been, if I can call it, general points about objectors taking a view about the utility of the plan and the purpose of the plan. That's particularly Mr. Knott, or people taking a general view about the evidence overall. And that's not really what we had understood the focus of today's discussion should be on. We did deal with those wider issues during Matter 2, and you've obviously heard a lot about that. And it doesn't really seem, if I can say so, terribly appropriate to be going round the loop again on people simply trying to shoehorn into this discussion points they really have already made and are wider points that don't actually relate to the issue that's the focus of today's session.
Thank you, Mr. Bedford. I think that's bought the council a little bit of time to look at the housing register data. Is the council in a position to respond? If not, I can go to Mr. Tucker, and then you can respond in a moment.
Yeah, we'd obviously have to look at the housing data, housing register in much more detail. I think it's important to note that, for example, figure 44 and figure 45, it's broken out by bands, and bands 3 and 4 in particular are low and no need. So they effectively make no immediate impact on our model. So much of the housing register is for people who have no identified need. You can join the register without having a need, so they would not appear in our assessment. So just because that number's gone up, it may not necessarily feed through into higher numbers. Even if it does feed through into higher numbers, it's not the whole register that we would be counting.
Just give me a chance to get to that. Sorry, Mr. Moore, could you repeat the point you raised about the issue of the bands, just so I'm clear on that, please? You know, it's obviously the table set out in bands 1, 2, 3 and 4.
I would need to check the exact wording of what band 3 and band 4 are, but typically band 4 is a household who is on the register but has no identified need. Therefore, they would not be generating an affordable need. It is perfectly possible with most councils to join the register without having any identified need. So you've been accepted as a local resident, you would like an affordable home. Your current circumstances indicate that you have no immediate need for that affordable home. And in most cases, they could still bid through the bidding system, for example, on housing, but are very, very unlikely to reach the top of the register. So that is not an immediate input into our modelling. And if it has grown, much of the growth is likely to have been band 4, band 3, as much as anything, but we would need to go and sit down and see where it has grown.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So in looking at the more up-to-date data on the housing register, you would need to make that distinction in terms of which households are actually in need as opposed to just being registered.
Yes. I mean, nationally, registers are often cited and are an enormous number of households at a national level on the housing register. But as soon as we come to examine them for any local authority, this figure here, which is more than 50% of the households on the housing register have no identified needs, is a very common number for us to see. So if you just add up all the housing registers, you do get an incredible number, but most people have no need, no identified need. They would like an affordable home. It does not necessarily mean that they have a clearly defined reason why they should be getting an affordable home, why they have a need for one.
I think it would be useful in looking at that to also compare the data, the most up-to-date data in terms of the data in the housing needs assessment and looking at the actual need as you've described there.
Yep, that can be jumping.
Mr. Tucker, thank you.
Thank you, Madam. I was going to raise a geeky point in relation to table 44 and 45, that my understanding was there was a change in terms of reporting back in the mid-2010s. And I don't know whether 2015, 2016 is affected by that, but others on the other side of the room, Ms. Gingle particularly, will no doubt assist, but that may be something that's worth investigating. And I also, I'm now prompted to raise 2 additional points, one made by Mr. Bedford and one just made in relation to the housing register. The proposition that most people on the housing register are not in need, it is one that it's almost tempting to ask for permission to cross-examine about. It is much more complex than that, having spent some time cross-examining about this over many years in relation to that. So I do ask the question, if that proposition is going to be raised in the note, whether or not there's going to be the opportunity for us to respond to that. Because I suspect that it may be that we and others will wish to respond to that. And then in response to Mr. Bedford, where the suggestion is somehow the the points that have been raised around this table are not points properly for this session. My recollection is on day one of this week, which now seems so long ago, that there was an explicit acceptance by yourself, Madam, and your colleagues that there was going to be overlap between some of these points. And indeed, within our hearing statement, we've sought to divide matters, but we have made generalised comments. And I'm sure that in the event that we make points which you think are unhelpful, that you'll tell us to stop doing it. And then finally, just to say that the extract from the government's response, I got it wrong, as question 103, not question 35, I've now sent to Mr. Kemp. But in response to the points that have been made more generally, specifically about this, the last part of that response is also helpful, because the context of the transitional arrangements government says is making these changes strikes the right balance between allowing authorities a reasonable period of time to respond to the changes whilst increasing housing numbers as soon as possible to minimise disruption and ensure that communities can benefit as soon as possible from up-to-date plans, new protections from speculative development. We have set out the new transitional arrangements. The stress of government is that this should be done as soon as possible to have up-to-date plans in place. That's not been the focus that you've heard from colleagues on the left-hand side of the table.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. The council would like to respond to the particular points there.
Just to pick up on the ban point, I've actually looked up the exact wording that the council uses on this. It's probably worth just reading, just to clarify where we are. It says that ban 4 includes households with moderate social or welfare needs, low-level health or disability requirements, or those who are considered adequately housed but are registered to seek alternative arrangements. So it is the lowest levels of need, effectively, or in some cases, people who are seeking to move to alternative accommodation.
Thank you. That's helpful. I think in picking up this point, and in terms of the housing register, I think it's just important to ensure consistency, isn't it, in terms of how you've used the data in the housing needs assessment compared to, and making that comparison with the more up-to-date data. It's just being consistent in your approach there in terms of how you've classified need.
We will include that within our note back to you.
Okay, thank you. Clearly, Mr. Mose can be very busy with his homework. I'm conscious of time. Ms. Stringle, would you like to make a further point before we move on?
It's just a high-level point that Mr. Moore has already rolled back on his point, where he originally said that they only looked at bands 1 and 2, when actually band 3 specifically says, if I can just find. Yes, I can. Sorry, there's quite a lot of criteria for band 3 because it's not no housing need at all. Significant health or disability needs, significant social welfare needs, unsatisfactory housing. And within band 4, it's not that there is no housing need, it's that it's a low level of housing need in context of a housing crisis and a housing register and a constrained supply. So again, this is a downplaying of what the need is. And I would also like to remind the council that actually, as a result of the 2011 Localism Act, they are allowed to choose their housing register criteria. So if band 4 was no need, why would you have that as a band on your housing register and have that as somebody who could be bidding for your stock in a council area if they were not actually in need of affordable housing? Thank you.
I think the point in assessing whether the change to the LHN would have an impact on the evidence base in terms of housing needs study is, and in terms of the information on the housing register, is looking at the potential change between the assessment and the data used in the existing LHN and the direction of travel and the impact that that's likely to have. And I think, as I said, that there needs to be consistency in how you assess need and how you compare that need between the more up-to-date data and the existing data. And that would hopefully address the point as to whether there's been a change significant enough to warrant a review of the LHM, of the housing needs assessment.
Yeah, just to reiterate the point that Mr. Bedford made earlier, the question that was put to us was, would the change in the local housing need through the standard method have a significant impact on our findings? Our judgment on this is that it would not have had a significant impact. If we were doing the assessment completely from scratch, and particularly if we were doing it through the MPPF 2024, not 2023, for example, the numbers would come out differently because there is a different basis as to how we're going to be calculating numbers through that. But the very specific question we were looking at here is, does a 4.7% reduction in the local housing needs per annum have a significant impact on our numbers? Our judgment is no.
Okay, thank you. I think if you could prepare that note, submit it to the examination, and we will give parties the opportunity to respond to that note. And if you could be careful to make sure the note does address all of the points that we've raised. I'm sure Mr. Bedford has got a note, and there'll be the action points as well. But just very conscious of time, are there any other brief points on the LHN before we move on? So, Mr. Rice, did I? Yeah. And then we can come back and address the potential impact on the other evidence-based studies listed there after the break. I'm going to suggest returning at 11:45. That's acceptable. So we shall adjourn until 11:45. Thank you. Right, welcome back everybody. I hope you've all had the opportunity with sugar and caffeine, as I have, to keep us going. We are now moving on to question 3.4 of the MIQs, in terms of whether there are any implications of the recalculated LHN for the other evidence-based studies. And starting with the infrastructure delivery plan, which was updated May 2025, and that document references LPA 17. So firstly, I shall ask the council to respond to that particular question in terms of any potential impacts of the recalculated LHN on the IDP. Who'd like to start?
Thank you, Ma'am. I believe that will be me opening on this one. So as we have set out in our written response, we've set out why we don't think the update to LHN affects either the IDP, the viability report, or the ELNA. So I won't go over all the detail within that document, but that's reference 2WS3-1. Turning specifically then to the IDP, it doesn't reference or rely on LHN, nor are the infrastructure requirements within it derived from the local housing need. The revision to the LHN results in a lower need compared to the submitted plan and is materially lower than the level of development assumed in the IDP. As such, the infrastructure requirements in the IDP remain robust and appropriate and capable of supporting the planned level of growth in the plan. Thank you, Ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So in summary, it's a kind of a worst case scenario that the IDP assessed in terms of development coming forward.
Yes, Ma'am. In a similar way to the transport work we referenced this morning, it's looking at all of that development on that site coming forward, as well as the interaction between those sites where you've got things like secondary schools. We've worked quite closely with the county council to understand that strategic impact across multiple sites. So again, it's assumed, as you said, you said it perfectly, it assumes a worst case scenario in terms of infrastructure impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to open up discussion around the table. Mr. Curtis, would you like to start us off?
I'm sorry, I made...
We'll let you off, Mr. Curtis. Thank you. Just in terms of the other participants, are there any other views in terms of the potential impact of the recalculated LHN on the IDP, Mr. Robson?
Sorry, I thought you were going to broaden that out into the ELNA. So if I can come back on that point, if we're still in the IDP, I'll hold until the ELNA gets discussed. Sorry.
Okay, so no further points on the IDP. Just to clarify, so moving now on to the potential impact on the viability report, which is ITV 04. Can the council start us off, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. So table 3.1 of the viability report, which is, as you referenced, ITV 04, details which policies will have a direct impact on viability. Policy HOU1 and therefore the associated LHN calculations do not have a direct impact on the viability. Costs and values are dictated by market forces through the price mechanism at the point of viability assessment. Therefore, the changes in LHM will not alter the underlying assumptions that inform the viability testing. So to conclude, yes, no significant changes to the viability assessment.
Thank you. Any diverging views around the table? Okay. So moving on to the Employment Land Needs Assessment 2024. I think it might be worth bundling IQ, the question 3.4C with the implications for employment growth, which is question 3.5. If we could take those two together, I think it would make sense. So can I start with the council in terms of any potential implications of the recalculated LHM on the employment land study? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I'll do a general opening point, and then perhaps I'll turn to ACOM or ORS as necessary to respond to any points raised during the session.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Of course.
I think actually I mentioned earlier on that it might be helpful to introduce the LPA 85 in relation to the employment aspect of that and the various recalculations. So I think that would probably be a good time to do that. Sorry, if you could do that first. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. So as we set out in LPA 85, we have recalculated what we consider the LHN to be. And that change in LHN does not directly affect the ELNA. However, our proposed modification to HOU1 does impact the jobs homes balance. And if I take you to paragraph 17 of LPA 85, so assuming the council's proposed modification was considered acceptable, the revised jobs homes balance calculation, which is set out in detail in appendix 3 of the note but summarised at paragraph 17, would show an extremely modest projected net deficit of just 74 workers against the new jobs set by the employment requirement. So we maintain our original position that last year, when we were considering the jobs homes balance in LPA 34, that there was broad alignment between the jobs and homes. But now, with a revised proposed housing requirement, I think we've got as close to exact alignment as we could through the revised calculation. I don't have any other points to raise now, Martin, but if it's okay, I'd happily listen to any comments raised by participants. And maybe Mr. Bedford, I think maybe have you got a point to raise?
Well, Madam, the only point I was going to just ask Mr. Howells if he could hopefully corroborate, but I'll make the point and he can tell me if I've got it wrong or not. But the work that has been done to inform the more recent calculations in LPA 85, in terms of the methodology, there has been no change to the methodology that was utilised to inform the previous documents, LPA 32, 33 and 34. All that has been done is to update the figures to reflect the changed plan periods or potential changed plan periods that are being discussed in LPA 85. And therefore, I wasn't going to ask, if that first assumption is right, I wasn't then going to ask Mr. Howells to go through the process, because in a sense we did all of that last year. So perhaps just Mr. Howells could comment on that.
I would indeed corroborate Mr. Bedford's statement on that. It's a direct update of the work that we did last year.
Okay, thank you. I'm conscious that work was undertaken post the stage 1 hearing session, so it may be that participants have a view, wish to pick up on the methodology used, but we can take those points from around the table in turn. Just before we do so, just looking at the section employment needs, paragraph 12. Just allow you time to get there. Paragraph 12 looks at extending the plan period from 2021-41 to 2021-43, and that would result in the increase of a net demand for employment land of 4.8 hectares, which would be an increase of 3.2 hectares in South Oxfordshire, and 1.6 hectares in the Vale of Whitehorse. And then you look at rebasing the plan period 2025-43, which result in a decrease in the employment land of 2.9 hectares. I just wanted to clarify in terms of, whether that's just literally as a result, the difference is just literally a result of the difference in the plan period and the additional number of years.
I would confirm that is the case, Mark.
Right, okay. I was just checking we'd covered our questions, but just in terms of responses from around the table, Mr. Had your Toblerone up first.
Thank you very much.
Put your microphone on first and just remember to speak slowly. Thank you.
So I suppose I'm breaking down into two main areas. One is the overall impact on the LHN, driving that down and what that does for all these growth strategies and economic growth as a whole. And the second one is some fundamental issues about the evidence base and how they've sought to align or not align housing needs and employment land needs. And obviously it's really unhelpful. I've just seen M85 when I was driving down yesterday, so I've only just had a chance to have a look at it this morning. So, I obviously thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to comment on that in more detail after this, hopefully. But just starting off, so from MP85, that's saying that the reduction in the plan period has a knock-on effect for the levels of job growth that it's going to be planning for over the next 18 years. My understanding is they're now saying for the housing is going to be 20,508 jobs net compared to employment land 20,582. And you heard from the councillor saying, well, that's pretty much there and thereabouts, isn't it? They're very similar. I think my first point is that only works out at around 1,140 jobs annually, which is extremely low, given this is one of the key growth areas of the country. So we've provided significant reps in our Regulation 19, where we looked at a range of past job growth forecasts for the area, past trends. And whilst you don't necessarily need to go there now, if I can just reference Table 1, page 10. Sorry, if I could just reference our technical notes for our Regulation 19 representations. Table 1 and page 10 actually set out the scale of job growth that the area has experienced over the last few years. And it's consistently delivered 2,000 jobs per annum over the last 10 years and 1,700 jobs per annum over the last 15 years. So it's clearly a step down from what's been consistently achieved. And if we contextualise that with what the government's agenda is for this part of the world, clearly a number of my colleagues around the table have made representations and mentioned the interim report of the Oxford Growth Commission, which doesn't seem to be part of the documents before you, but it is just worth having a quick look at that. And if I can quote a couple of points from that. That starts off by saying that obviously Chancellor Rachel Reeves wanted to go further and faster to unlock growth here, to make this the corridor of Europe's Silicon Valley at £78 billion the UK economy by 2035. And it refers to current analysis by Voltaire of Oxford City Council, when I was sitting around the table, saying that Oxfordshire's GVA forecast to increase by 65 billion by 2050, additional 218,000 jobs. It's just difficult to see how all this actually aligns with what is coming forward in the joint local plan. And just one final point on that. The interim report then goes on to say that if we're going to do this, the local plans for Oxfordshire as a whole need as soon as possible to meet the minimum housing needs set by government, with a further allowance to support the scale of economic growth across the county. And obviously, we'd agree with that. So that's my first point, is that the scale of employment growth is going to be prejudiced by this low LHN, and there's no allowance for an uplift for employment land. My second point is whether the council has actually properly aligned employment land with housing land, and I would suggest it very clearly hasn't. I appreciate I've only just seen LPA 85, so I'm kind of coming a little bit on the hoof. But a couple of points is that, for instance, if we look at the LPA 85, so if I can take you to there, and if you look at table 1 in appendix 1, which I think was referred to, that seems to show that for the new modelling for 2025 to 43, unless I'm wrong, that's saying the labour supply revised, which I think aligns with the housing need figure, that's saying that the employment land need by that is only 29.1 hectares. But the preferred scenario hybrid, which is the employment land figure, would generate it in 42.6 hectares. So straight away, while I'm saying on one hand the job growth seems to align, which I want to have a look at, the employment land needs figure in that document says it's 13 hectares out straight away. So that's a point I'd welcome an understanding of how that's working. But that's not what they're actually planning for, are they? They're actually planning for a much higher level of employment land need. So the figure in the plan isn't 42.6 hectares, it's 136 hectares of need, right? So the difference essentially, and that's in table 3 of LPA 85. Let's go there. And that's on page 9, I think. Just take you there. So that says we've got the net need, which is 35.8 hectares for office, 20.6 for net industrial. And then we make an uplift for 79.7 hectares for land that's within the enterprise zone. And that gets us to 136 hectares. So whilst I agree that it's great we've got the enterprise zone and that should be allocated, I'm not saying it shouldn't, how does that actually factor in to the modelling work? So you've got 80 hectares of employment land, and I presume some people are going to be employed on those sites, potentially several thousand. It's a very large site, it's going to be high density, good quality employment jobs. That's just been added on to the net figure I've been talking about before. So it's the lower figure that aligns with the housing target, not the higher housing figure. So I'd look to understand, has that 80 hectares actually been modelled to understand what's the level of job growth associated with that, and how many homes would that be associated with? So that's a point to note. And the final one, obviously, the council's not allocating 136 hectares, is it? It's allocating 313 hectares of employment land supply. So again, whilst I understand I'm actually allocating slightly more housing, how many jobs can be associated with that 313 hectares? What does that mean for in-commuting or out-commuting? Where is the modelling being done to show that this level of supply can generate this many jobs and this many people living in the area? Now, coming at it from both angles, I think both figures should be higher. I think that it absolutely should be planning for a very high level of employment growth. I think even that 313 hectares potentially undershoots it if you look at the role this area is going to play. But I think we're lacking that evidence to really understand and drill down, how does that employment land figure relate back to the housing figure and the people living there? Thank you.
So, Mr. Robson, there you said you've referred us to the Oxford Growth Commission and the sort of Chancellor's views on things that you've referred to as well. And in terms of, just to get your view on this, in terms of that headroom that's included that you've just taken us to in the table 3, do you think that the headroom in terms of the employment land supply is sufficient in terms of meeting that government agenda, that growth agenda that you've mentioned?
I think it goes some way towards that. Again, I don't think the work is there to actually understand, well, how many jobs is that going to sustain? How does that actually align with the suggestions of the Oxford Growth Commission? You know, how is that going to contribute to the Oxford Growth Corridor? You know, obviously we welcome that level of employment land supply. We actually think it should be higher than that because it's such a key area for the whole country. And we think that other sites should come forward given the past trends and how successful this part of the world's been. So it's great that you do have that headroom. It's just trying to understand, well, what does that headroom actually mean? If that 313 hectares was built out, you know, you've got new jobs in there, people commuting in potentially from Oxford elsewhere. How does that affect the adjoining authorities? How does that affect the need for extra homes? Is that just going to push up house prices because there's only so many homes given this boom in jobs? So it's really trying to understand a bit more from the council about the detail linking employment land and the housing land. And I must say, I'm absolutely not saying that the employment land figure should decline at all. I think it should be higher. But I also think the housing target should be increased as well. And we do get that balance. Thank you.
Thank you. There are quite a lot of technical points there, so I'd like to allow the council to address those, and then I will come back to you. Would you like to have a go at addressing those points, please?
Sorry. I'm just going to take the first point, which relates to the growth in the economically active population compared to the number of dwellings. As with almost all population, the population of South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse is ageing. And actually, if you didn't have any population growth and any dwelling growth, you would have a negative growth in worker numbers. So there are a number of submissions I'm aware of to this examination, which basically are pointing out that our average assumption around the growth in workers is lower than the current average. But the response to that is if you built 0 homes in either of the authorities, you would actually have negative worker growth. So you need to build a minimum number of homes just to stabilise the current population. And that's why the numbers are not linear. That's why they're not following the current rates. I'll hand the rest to ACOM. I think most of them were addressed to them.
Thanks, Nigel. Moving on then to the point which was raised by Litchfield in respect of the land allocation, the significant land allocation sufficient to meet the needs outlined or the needs perhaps implied by the Oxford Growth Commission. My simple answer to that would be that on the one hand there is significant supply. It's a flexible range of sites provided in the ELNA. It includes sites of national and international importance, such as Cullen Science Centre, Milton Park, and indeed Harwell. These sites are prominent in the sectors mentioned in the government's industrial strategy and other pronouncements by Oxford Growth Commission and related to the Oxcam ARC, and thus would respond very well to meeting the needs of those sectors, being as they are so important current sites for that. So their contribution to the supply is very significant, and so there's an important point there. Just on the labour supply scenario itself, so and related to this point, so it's scenario 2 of the ELNA. It's informed by a labour demand scenario, which is 1. This was based on data sourced from Oxford Economics. If the question here is, are there implications of the recalculated local housing needs assessment for the ELNA? I would say, well, if we purchased new forecasting data today, I'd be confident that it would show that despite the pronouncements by the government, that there would still be a good balance between demand and supply. There would still be adequate supply to meet the needs. The identified supply is just so significantly greater. I think the demand that we've set out would need to increase by several times for there to be a challenge there. So I think that's an important sort of the main point of consideration there. That if we were to revisit it to respond to an updated local housing needs assessment, we would have we would have a good conclusion in terms of balance between supply and demand.
Hi, sorry, I've stepped up to the table. Alex Heath, Raycom. I also worked on the ELNA. Just picking up the points on table 1 in appendix 1 of LPA 85 and the sort of divergence between the land requirements under the preferred scenario and the revised labour supply scenario being, despite the employment figures being similar, the preferred scenario has a much higher land requirement of 42.6 hectares compared to 29.1. So I think this generally comes down to the structure of employment and use classes really under the scenarios. So, generally your industrial use classes are a lot more floor space and land intensive compared to office use classes, which generally require less land because they have a higher plot ratio. So that is the explanation for that difference.
I think there's one more point in particular regarding, well, what would be the homes requirement if all those that sort of hectareage was built out in terms of the supply. I think we discussed this point in the matter one stage stage one hearings last year to some degree. Those designations have been in place for a very long time. They are related to an enterprise zone. They are particularly at the sites that I've mentioned. They're focused there with Harwell providing the biggest contribution. So because they are allocations which are very large and would take a long time to be built out, as is the case for the previous local plan. That need has not been that supply has not been modelled because it would take that length of time to see them built out. So clearly, there are challenges as well in knowing very confidently exactly what would be built out on those sites in terms of their employment densities and plot ratio development, plot ratio assumptions, etc. So it is very difficult and too easily challenged to be able to say, well, this would mean this many workers, this many homes, because it would be based on a lot of assumptions which are so forward looking in time that there would be too much uncertainty around them.
And just in relation to the point, about the Oxford Growth Commission and the work coming out of that, does the council feel there's sufficient evidence at this stage? Just pick up on that point. Is there sufficient evidence at this stage to provide that certainty that those jobs are going to be coming forward at the rate that, it's a potentially an aspirational rate? From the point of view, if those jobs don't come forward as proposed or anticipated, then there could be a mismatch in terms of housing and employment, with implications for sustainability. I think we did touch in the first stage hearings. But yeah, it's just whether there's enough evidence to support the aspirations of the Growth Commission at this point in time.
Thank you, Mark. So The opinions of the Growth Commissioner are set out in their interim report, which has not been finalised. We're expecting a finalised report later in the year. Explicit reference was made to the Volterra report. We don't have the Growth Commission nor the associated referenced Volterra report in the library. But for your reference, the Volterra report is based on a number of key assumptions, and it supports Oxford City Council's local government reform plan for a Greater Oxford. So it makes comments such as, therefore, additional edge of city employment sites that are adjacent to existing employment hubs or have fast, reliable links to the city's core can greatly capture these benefits, i.e. those referenced in the report. So it's contingent on an LGR process concluding, and then a subsequent local plan process concluding that there are very exceptional circumstances for allocating land in the green belts around Oxford to achieve those aspirations. So just a general point around the Growth Commission report and some of the references it makes, they are contingent on a number of assumptions and processes resulting in certain outcomes. The Commission's report also draws on the Oxford Growth Needs Assessment, which was robustly considered by the inspectors of the Oxford Local Plan 2040, particularly, I won't read it out, but paragraph 47 of LMP 05 contains some of their conclusions on the OGNA as well. So although useful and setting out some aspirational targets for the area, at this time, we think that the plan provides a sufficient supply of employment land to respond to those if those processes conclude in the same way that the Growth Commission's assumptions are based on. Also then, also turning to the point of the employment and homes balance, it is important to recognise that the figure we've given you is housing requirement versus employment requirement, comparing apples and apples. The housing supply significantly outweighs the housing requirement, so there would be additional labour coming in if the employment to match the potential additional employment coming beyond the employment requirement as well. I think that's all I have to say. I think my colleague Mr. Bedford wants to add some points.
Madam, I was going to make just one or two general points. Firstly, we don't see that the MPPF mandates, as it were, a precise alignment between a plan's homes provision and its jobs provision. It clearly is a relevant factor that you need to consider, and obviously if there is a marked imbalance, then you might want to probe why that is, and it might be a deliberate strategy in some planning areas to have an imbalance because, for example, if you have got excessive out-commuting or in-commuting, you might want to actually consciously address that. But I say the MPPF doesn't mandate that for all areas there is a need to achieve a precise alignment. What we have shown is that when you look, as Mr. Rice has just said properly, comparing apples with apples, when you look at the housing requirement and the employment requirement, the latest updates show that they, as it were, whether it's by coincidence or not, but they produce an almost near alignment because the discrepancy is some 74 jobs over the planned period, which is either de minimis or it's within the scope of a rounding exercise or whatever. So that's the kind of the first point. Then the second point, obviously, there are wider issues, including that the employment supply is substantially above the figure which is simply required to meet the employment need. And there are a number of factors in relation to that. Firstly is, as it were, partly the origins of that supply. For the very most part, that supply is allocations from the previous rounds of local plans, as opposed to new provision. Dalton Barracks, there is an exception where there is some new employment provision. But for the most part, I say those allocations were in earlier plans which were themselves found sound. as allocations, we have considered them and have not found any need or reason to remove those from the supply, in the sense that sites remain suitable for employment development if there is take-up for them. But we are not ourselves expecting that all of that supply will be taken up in the plan period. There are simply those opportunities that are there. Some of them, has been indicated on enterprise zones or similar, are very long-term sites, which will take some years to come to fruition. And what we consider is important is that, having identified a need for employment land as set out, there is then on the supply side choice and variety within the supply to enable the market to select, as it were, the sites that it considers are the most appropriate for meeting the needs that will then be delivered. So, in a sense, we are, if I put it this way, we're quite relaxed about the fact that the supply side is sitting quite a bit above the need side, in the context of helping wider employment growth strategies. The opportunities are there for that land to be taken up. That would contribute to initiatives such as the Oxford Growth Commission, such as any wider initiatives in relation to Oxford-Cambridge corridor, etc. But we do make the point that some of those are still inchoate. They're going through a process. They're not yet. We don't have definitive provision for those. But what this plan is not doing is impeding those things from happening if they do come to fruition through its choice. But then when you come back to the more narrow point about is there general alignment between jobs and homes, the answer is yes, there is, when you're actually looking at apples and apples, which is the exercise that has been done in LPA 85. Thank you.
I can see some discussions going on now. The council's team, did you want to add anything to that?
I think it was a power supply issue for Mr. Moore there. I think the only thing I would add is that I don't want to I don't think we're reopening the methodology for the Eleanor overall, but South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse is not alone in having large areas of supply related to an enterprise zone. There'll be other parts of the country, such as Teesside, which have that. I don't think that they've been asked to quantify a housing need based on that available supply. Fundamentally, we've considered what is an appropriate labour supply scenario. We've updated that assessment in LPA 85, so there isn't a need to model worker requirements based on that whole supply, based on the situation elsewhere.
Okay, thank you. Just want to bring Mr. Robson in terms of whether that's addressed the points you raised, and then I'll bring the other participants in.
Thank you. Not at all. I mean, the points that were made just there about LPA 85, Table 3, about, well, it's a difficult site. We don't know when it's going to come forward. We don't know how many jobs are going to be on there. It's totally unsatisfactory. And Table 3 clearly says it's not put that in the supply bit, it's put that in the requirement bit, in demand. So it's got 79.7 hectares existing local plan allocated sites within the enterprise zone. That's in the demand. And it's also saying that's coming forward within 2025 to 2043. It's not that hard to make an estimate for the amount of jobs that might be on there. You kind of look at the type of uses, you apply plot ratios, you look at employment densities. I mean, just looking at that, if you were looking at, say, a 40% plot ratio and, say, one job per 50 square meters, which is kind of ballpark, middle of the road figure, you get an extra 6,400 jobs, which are totally excluded from the analysis that have been done for the housing needs. So where are those jobs going to come from? They're going to be taken up by people living outside of Vale and South Oxfordshire, who are going to commute in with all the unsustainability issues that arise. So you've got to increase if you're going to include that in your employment land requirement, you've got to increase your housing requirements. So that's one point. And I appreciate it's not an exact match, but if you look at the discrepancy, and it was also raised as well that, well, the housing supply is a bit higher than the housing needs, so we've got a bit of room for manoeuvre there. The employment land supply is 5 times higher than the actual employment land needs. So the amount of employment land supply is far in excess of the housing supply over excess. So again, that's going to worsen matters. So, and again, you also heard from Mr. Bedford about well, some of these allocations might not come forward over time. We don't have to, we want to give them some flexibility. And yeah, that's great. We welcome that. We want there to be flexibility. But clearly, if they're carrying forward a bunch of allocations from previous local plans again and again, that's not what the NPPF says you should do. NPPF 23, paragraph 126 says, where the local planning authority considers there to be no reasonable prospect of an application coming forward for the use allocated in the plan, it should, as part of plan updates, reallocate the land for more deliverable use. So there's lots of employment land allocations that haven't come forward in previous plans. We need to think, well, why is that the case? Should we deallocate those and put better quality sites in their place? Thank you.
So on the one hand, Mr. Robson arguing for a higher requirement and then suggesting potentially deallocating sites.
What I'm saying is that if they've included in their I'm saying that it's right that they include flexibility in their portfolio, but they're also saying, well, a lot of these sites, we don't know whether they're going to come forward or not. So whilst we should have that level of flexibility, and I welcome a high level of supply, it's got to be sites that are deliverable. And if the council is suggesting, well, we've put all these in because we don't really know if they're going to come forward or not, don't include them. Include sites, new sites in good quality locations where there's strong market demand. So identify better sites to meet your economic growth prospects. Don't just keep rolling forward sites that haven't got a reasonable prospect. Thank you.
Mr. Robson, it's not unusual in local plans that the employment land supply is significantly higher than the employment land requirement in order to provide that flexibility and rigor room, if you like, to respond to the market. So it's not necessarily an unusual situation.
You're absolutely right, and I fully agree with that. The point is that it's that disconnect between the employment land evidence and the housing land evidence. So you've built all this flexibility into employment land, which is great, but then you haven't tried to understand what are the implications going to be if a significant proportion of oversupply actually comes forward. Are we just going to have people commuting in from outside? And that point about the enterprise zone, where they've got 80 hectares, where they haven't even tried to model a job growth of that, surely some of it's going to come forward. Surely some jobs can be based there. Where are those people going to be living? And that piece of work hasn't been done.
Just picking up that the point raised there about needing to bring people in potentially to meet those jobs. There does appear to be an element of out commuting at the moment. If those jobs did come forward, would that help reduce the level of out commuting at the moment? I can allow the council to respond to that particular question, then I'll bring you in. So just hold that thought.
Yeah. In terms of the basic balance between housing and jobs, then clearly if more jobs come forward, then it has implications for housing. And our calculations take in the existing population and the likely population of South Oxfordshire and Vale of White Horse. We also take in the commuting balance. So we take in the number of people that commute in, the number of people that commute out, and try and stabilise that and try and maintain a stable balance between those points. If you have a very significant jobs growth, then that in turn would feed through into more people working within the area, and that in turn would potentially feed through into a higher need for housing within the area. I think this is a commonly accepted, commonly understood point. But our calculations for this study link the housing requirement to the employment requirement, and that's where the council's position is.
And just to clarify, in looking at the balance, the council held the sort of net commuting rate constant, I believe. Is that right?
We held the commuting rate in and the commuting rate out as a constant on the 2011 census. The reason we didn't use the 2021 census is that the census was undertaken at the back end of the pandemic, and there were significant numbers of people not working where they would normally work. So the migration data and the commuting data in the 2021 census, we have taken the view is unreliable, and we would not use it. So we're using the 2011 commuting rates.
Can the council also just come back on Mr. Robson's point about the carrying forward of sites? And, you know, just Mr. Bedford, you said about not all of those sites necessarily coming forward, and should they be just rolled forward automatically? What's the council's view on that?
Well, Madam, no doubt Mr. Howes can provide more detail on this, but part of the ELNA was a review of the existing sites which were previous allocations to consider their suitability. So they were assessed against relevant criteria to see whether they remained suitable. So the exercise that Mr. Robson was saying, well, that should be done before you carry things forward. It was done, and we set out why we think those sites remain suitable. And I say the key thing to get across, which I think is what we think is quite clear, is there is a difference between the employment requirement, which has been modelled on the hybrid scenario by reference to demand side factors, i.e. employment demand side factors. So that is what we think the market is telling us about the demand for employment land in the planned period. So that informs us on what we think is likely to be the take-up. And therefore, that informs what are likely to be the economically active people you would require to fill the jobs for which they'll be taken up. But there can be, we would say, no real, as it were, concern or objection to the provision, if the market wanted to take up more supply than we think is likely, provided there are suitable sites there for them to do so, which is what our wider supply provides. And insofar as there were that wider take-up, as I think was indicated in one of your earlier remarks, Madam, clearly there are people who are presently part of the existing population of South and Vale who currently commute out of the districts for employment purposes, whilst it's not something that's very easy to model in terms of the impact of changes. It is clearly the case that for many people, if there is a suitable job that matches their skill set closer to home than where they currently work, many people would prefer to work closer to where they live than further away from where they live. So whilst I say one can't sort of isolate that as a single factor, because it's obviously much more complicated, one may expect that if there were substantial amounts of take-up on, let's say, with the enterprise zone or elsewhere, that there would be some refinement of rates of commuting, and one would expect more of the local populace to work locally if there were more opportunities to do so. So again, we've looked at it. We think we've looked at it appropriately in the context of actually matching apples with apples. And with respect to Mr. Robson, he's still trying to match apples and pears. And we think that things are, broadly speaking, in balance.
So I'd like your view, Mr. Bedford, on so if that supply, that longer term supply, comes forward quicker than anticipated. So we've heard, some of it could be way beyond the plan period on current sort of estimates. What role would monitoring of the plan have in sort of informing any actions that might be necessary?
If we lived in a world where this was the only plan, then you would be obviously thinking about monitoring if by the time we got to that stage there were those significant changes. I think, as we all know, albeit that we have to make this plan on a long-term basis, there is, as you're aware from our discussions on Tuesday, there is work ongoing on a JLB2, and if it were the case that as that is going through its 30-month process, there was evidence to show that, as it were, employment activity had markedly changed from what we've currently assumed, that would probably provide the best opportunity for dealing with that, rather than sort of grafting something into this plan. We are intending, obviously, to monitor what happens, and the authority monitoring reports will provide us information on actual take-up. But I suspect that it would be the next plan would be the most appropriate place to capture that.
Just to add very briefly on Michael's point there relating to the qualitative assessment that was done in the ELNA to consider whether those sites were suitable for retention for designation. We obviously considered what had changed between the previous employment land study, previous local plan, in those areas. And in terms of the sites themselves, there'd been development of new industries on there. There was nothing that in our assessment which felt that they were unsuitable, located where they were, to meet needs arising, which would help meet the needs for science and technology sectors, life sciences, important sectors to the UK economy, based as they are, anchored within the Oxcam arc, as it were, or at the time of that local plan. So we did undertake a consideration as to whether they were suitable to retain for designation. The sites themselves hadn't changed, and their role in meeting job growth was considered to be crucial to meet the needs over the plan period.
Thank you. I am conscious that participants have been very patient, and in particular Chair of Planning, so I'm going to ask you to go first, and then I'll head around the table. Thank you.
We have been concentrating on a plethora of detail. My job as a retired military operational analyst is to concentrate on the big picture. It's hot. On Monday, 14 fire engines were called to a fire within a mile of my house. The climate is getting rougher. In due course, it'll be our turn for a flood that happened in the German plain 3 years ago. This water has to go somewhere. My point is that we're talking about the future requirement and future sites, but we've already run out of sites in this, or suitable sites in this county. We are building at Bayswater Brook despite specific objections from the Department of Environment that it's on the floodplain and the sewage is already overdone. We're building just opposite Tesco's in Didcot on a field that I've seen flooded often. The water's got to go somewhere. Now, I know engineeringly you can pump the water out of those particular sites or build houses on stilts. But I don't think we've got the skills of Holland to manage this. And I think we've got to be very careful in establishing these numbers to remember that we have a challenge to face between us. When you're short of places for people to live, 75% of the houses in the district have got at least one spare bedroom. I have a listed cottage, and my children have flown the nest. there would be room to move another family in if I could get listed building permission to make the correct changes for it. So I think there are other approaches to this, and we've got to be open to all approaches to how we accommodate and provide homes. And here we have a semantic turnstile that has been done by government. The requirement was provide 1.5 million new homes. Someone said, oh, that's houses. That has changed the direction. We're looking for 1.5 million new homes in any way we can think of to do it. I've said I don't want to throw too much of a spanner in the works because I know that this inquiry has to get the detail right. But I think that we should be aware of that it's 2026.
Thank you for that, Mr. Curtis. Chair of Planning.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on a point about commuting and assumptions behind commuting rates that I raised in Regulation 19 and matter statement. So referring to LPA 85, Appendix 3, Table 5, this includes in and out commuting rates. So I've looked through the evidence base to find what assumptions has been made behind those. I think it's just been mentioned that the commuting rates have been held constant at the 2011 census. So top 03.2, paragraph 4.5, the council say we commissioned an employment land needs assessment at South and Vale, which has estimated the total job growth in our districts over the planned period. And the joint housing needs assessment confirms there is a balance between the number of workers in the areas and the number of the jobs when sustainable commuting flows have been allowed for. And so the question in my mind is, okay, are those commuting flows sustainable? What is sustainable about them? And looking further into the the joint housing needs assessment for clarification, HES 15.1, paragraph 1.6, it simply says that the level of jobs growth is consistent with achieving a balance between the number of workers in the areas and the number of jobs when sustainable commuting flows have been allowed for. So my question is, are the commuting flows sustainable, and should there have been some consideration of adjustments to those to address existing commuting patterns that are leading to climate change?
Thank you. The council like to respond on the point of commuting rates?
Sorry, yeah, the council may wish to follow up with further points. I'll take the kind of technical issue on this. At any one time, someone will work in one location, live in another. The definition of a housing market, which used to be the key to all of this, was you live and work within the housing market, and if you moved home without moving job, the housing market area was the kind of search area that you would consider. So there's no assumption or no reasonable assumption that if you have a job in the Vale of Whitehorse, you must live in the Vale of Whitehorse. In practice, from the census data we have here, for example, 35% of people who live in the Vale of Whitehorse or in South Oxfordshire out-commute. This is Table 5, which has just been referenced. So the consequences of that are there's a lot of people living in the Vale of Whitehorse or South Oxfordshire who are out commuting to jobs elsewhere. Mr. Bedford just made the point that if there is very, very strong growth inside of the area, then potentially some of those workers could be attracted to stay within the area. But given the transport connections that exist, given the location, people will live in one location and move to another. We are just assuming that those flows continue the way they are. We're not increasing, not putting an increasing reliance upon commuting. We're just assuming that it remains steady.
I think the point is, and correct me if I'm wrong, that whether the council should be seeking to address or reduce the out commuting to create more sustainable patterns of development.
Madam, in part, I mean, it's not an issue that is directly answered in the MPPF, but it is answered indirectly in the context of the guidance it gives on planning for new settlements. And it was simply the the point. It's in the sorry. In the guidance on, it's at paragraph 74B, when it's dealing with the potential for dealing with large numbers of new homes can be often best achieved by planning for larger scale developments such as new settlements or significant extensions to existing towns and villages. It then goes on to give some further guidance about how you might do that. And one of the points it makes in point B is ensure their size and location will support a sustainable community with sufficient access to services and employment opportunities within the development itself, but then with this important caveat, without expecting an unrealistic level of self-containment. And that, although I say that guidance is specifically in the context of planning for new settlements or large urban extensions, but if one takes the point that's being made there and applies that more broadly to thinking about a plan area, without being too metaphorical, nowhere is an island, and one of the key factors that you have to take into account in relation to South and Vale is that they sit adjacent to Oxford as a city which is a employment focus. They have, as Mr. Moore just indicated, good communications by rail to London and indeed elsewhere. And whilst in a, as it were, a narrow sense, it would be no doubt wonderful if everybody in South and or Vale only travelled within South and Vale for their work because it would minimise the need to travel. That would be an unrealistic aspiration. And so I think what we say is that we have looked at the existing commuting rates and they have informed, obviously, the work that's been done. We haven't sought, as it were, overtly to change those patterns, partly because of the difficulties of doing so. You know, we are where we are. Oxford's not going to go away. With respect, the railway lines aren't going to go away. And it's in that context that we've provided what we consider to be a balanced approach. And yet, as I say, there are within that balanced approach opportunities, if the market took those up, whereby you could see long-term potential changes in commuting patterns if some of that additional employment was provided.
Mr. Rice.
Thank you, Ma'am. Just a couple of points on the location of where the plan actually allocates the housing supply as well. 6,000 homes are allocated on the edge of Oxford. So the commuting rates to Oxford they're going to be maximising the opportunity for walking, cycling and using other sustainable modes of transport. There's also over 600 homes left to come forward in the Abingdon sub-area. Now, I can attest last night when my train was cancelled, it's very commutable by cycling to get into central Oxford from here. So to state that there has to be a perfect balance ignores the fact that there is that strong relationship between not just certain elements of the district that I've just pointed to, the edge of Oxford sites, Abingdon, Radley, but also the fact that we are in a wider housing market area and commuters do make their way into Oxford and other employment locations using the railway. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to respond to that briefly before we move around the table?
Thank you for the opportunity to respond. I think the response kind of conflates the point I was seeking to make a bit. I wasn't seeking to promote a kind of utopia where nobody commutes out and everyone works and lives in the districts. I was trying to question what was really an evidential dead end, where I was looking at the rates that have been used and described as being sustainable, and it it's been confirmed that they're just continuation of existing rates. And I just would have thought that some modelling or some examination of alternative commuting scenarios would have been appropriate.
The council would just like to respond to that point of, looking at potential alternative commuting scenarios.
In terms of commuting, an alternative scenario gets extremely complicated. I often at this point just draw on personal experience. I live in Lancashire. My job is in Swansea. I do not commute that distance, but if you're looking at this from where the jobs are, my job is recorded in South Wales, and I haven't been there for 6 years. The opposite will apply, the implication of that is there will be jobs recorded in Oxfordshire where the person does not come to Oxfordshire. Before someone picks me up on it, the absolute alternative will happen, that there are people who live in Oxfordshire who work elsewhere in the country and never go to their work either, but require a home in there. The council has very, very little control over who buys houses, where they live, where they work. People pick houses for an enormous variety of reasons. They pick them for the suitability of work, and the distance to work is one factor in this, but there's also schools, there's also local environment, there's family, there's all kinds of factors come into this. There is very, very little control that the council can actually operate in the real world to say we would like to reduce it in and out of commuting.
Okay, thank you.
Just add a point, and this may be just a matter of broad planning judgment. It's also the case which, if you look at the figures, and I'm looking at the moment in what is table 1 of LPA 34, but I think it's repeated elsewhere. The rates actually, the in-commuting rate it's about a third. It's not a third because it's 30.6%. The out-commuting rate is about a third. It's not a third because it's 35.4%. But broadly speaking, to have 2/3 of your residents employed within your area, in the context to say that it's not an island and you've got Oxford and also rail connections to elsewhere, we would say that it doesn't feel like it's a ratio that's out of kilter with expectations. So we haven't seen a need to directly target that to change it, bearing in mind again Mr. Moore's point about actually how jolly difficult it is because of the wide dynamics which influence where people live, where people work and so on.
Just to follow up on Mr. Bedford's point, when we did have more serious consideration of housing market areas and they were part of the OAN process, the definition of a housing market area tended to focus upon 70% self-containment. So 70% of people live and work in an area, which is broadly where we are here, particularly if you expand it to, if you add Oxford as part of that Oxford housing market to this, it would be very, very self-contained.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on from that point now. Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, Madam Inspector. About 100 years ago, when we were first talking about the issue of imbalance between housing and jobs, Mr. Robson made reference to the interim report of the Growth Commission for Oxford. We quote that extensively within our matter statement in answer to section 3.10, and this may therefore concertina what I may need to say at the time. I don't think it's a core document, and if it's not a core document, it probably should be, because it has a number of things to say with regard to the points that Mr. Robson made. We quote from it. It's endorsed by the City Council, and what, as I say, some time ago there was a suggestion that it's a document which is actually tied up with local government reform. That's just not right, and you need to read Annex A of the document to understand what it is. The Growth Commission was appointed by the Minister back in May 2025 with a requirement to report back to the Minister as to how to deliver the Chancellor's objectives in terms of economic growth in this area. That's at page 21 of the document, if you accept that it should be a core document. Section, the forward's also worth a read, but page 3 of the document sets out a matter that we quote, paragraph 3.10.9 of our matter statement, about the failure of the previous, the plan that hit the buffer, but the commitment for the housing and growth deal in 2017, and it identifies that back in 2017, all the Oxfordshire authorities signed up for 100,000 houses. And in fact, it tells us that there was only 37,000 delivered. But it then goes on to look at planning for Oxfordshire needs. And it deals in the next section, pages 3 to 4, with the specific issue that you've been asked to consider, or that you've asked to consider, about whether or not the growth aspirations for Oxfordshire match what the councils are planning for. And it makes it very clear that that's not the view of the Oxfordshire Growth Commission. And that's not an Oxford City Council advocacy body for local government reform. That's got the membership from government, it's got membership from City Council, it's got membership from universities, it's got membership from business bodies. It's all set out within the document. So I would suggest that it would be of evidential value to the examination to have that before you, Madam and Sir. Thank you.
Just on that point, would the council have any objection to it being submitted to the examination library?
Yes, that's fine, Ma'am. I think the points I raised earlier still stand, but yep, we're happy for it to be included as an examination library document.
I should also say we quote from a press release from Oxfordshire County Council at 3.10.7. I don't ask for that to be added, but I just note that that's another document that's there. It may be that my learned friend Mr. Bird may wish that to be added as well. I don't know.
Mr. Robson.
Thank you. Just one very quick point from me. Just on that commuting point, I know we've kind of moved a little bit away from it, but the point I want to make is the real world practicality of it. So don't forget, the plan seeks to provide 6,780 homes that's meeting Oxford City's needs. So presumably the people who move there would rather be in Oxford, but because of the shortfall of housing, are going to have to move here. So if they're living here, but preferably would be in Oxford, presumably they're more likely to want to work in Oxford as well. And therefore, I think it's a bit difficult if you've got a quarter of your entire housing need is actually Oxford's. You could actually see that that out-commute position worsening, not improving. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
In the plan area, and there's been talk about deallocating sites. Just for the record, at Harwell, they've recently published what they call their Vision 2050. Over the last 5 years, Harwell has constructed around 100,000 square meters of new space, which has resulted in at least 2,000 new jobs. Over the next 5 years, they are planning for, and we have live applications in for a large proportion of this, a further 100,000 square meters of space. And then from years 6 to 12, we're looking at another 150,000 square meters of space. Now, this is real live work going on that site. It is growing exponentially. We've got a commercial partner in Brookfield who are committed to new development. That site is growing like topsy. And one of the biggest issues they have is attracting employees who want some local housing because of the in-community problem. So just to tell you that Harwell is alive and thriving. And is being held back, if anything, by the lack of appropriate housing close to the site. Similarly, at Culham is a government-owned site. The UK Atomic Energy Authority They are actively seeking a commercial partner. That partner will be in place later this year, and that will then precipitate a massive growth plan there, consistent with the government's commercial fusion programme. So again, there's a lot going on in the county pursuant to the Science Vale allocation, if you like, or moniker. So no one should be suggesting that there isn't web activity and that allocated sites that are leftovers from the last plan should be deallocated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nutt.
Very brief point, Ma'am, and then repeating the point, well, certainly principle that was made in relation to housing. I think what you're hearing based on the council's case, which is the supply of employment land, is rolling on what's in the existing plan and commitments. In other words, the JLP makes no positive contribution towards the provision of employment land over and above the existing situation. And I think listening to the experts on this side of the table in terms of what the JLP isn't doing, I think what we're hearing is actually there are likely negative consequences of the JLP being adopted in terms of employment land provision and sustainability impacts in terms of commuting patterns. So again, repeating the principle, which is not only that there is no adverse consequence of non-adoption, but actually the other side of the coin, which is what I'm hearing is there are potentially significant adverse consequences of the JLP moving forward. I think, Ma'am, just a point also here, which is if we're heading towards a list of homework for the council to do on employment land, in addition to what you've tasked them to do on housing provision, I think we really come back to the point that was made by Mr. Bainbridge of Savills as we were starting these sessions early in the week, which is the enough is enough principle. We really are heading into territory where the additional work to keep this examination going is really starting to, in our view, significantly impact on the council's ability to progress the work that should be now well underway for JLP2. And I think that is a very relevant material consideration that we would, again, encourage you to take account of. Thank you.
Yes, would you like to go now?
Thank you. So, Roger Smith from Savills. And really just to build on Mr. Nott's comments, just as a small example, one of our other clients is Oxford University. Oxford University own a large business park at Grove. We are developing there at the moment, building business units. And the university wants to grow that site. We have sought to extend it through the local plan process, but been frustrated at the council's decision not to allocate any more land. So the council's position is holding back economic development.
Ms. Conswash, thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to make a couple of points. Firstly, the Oxfordshire Growth Commission, SODC, Charwell, were not invited to be on it. We're not represented. It was an Oxford City, and they've also invited the leader of Oxfordshire County Council to be on it. There were no businesses on it, which seems quite remarkable since it's supposed to be a growth commission. And I would have a big question mark over its findings, given that that was its constitution. A couple of other very quick points that have just come up. The sites on the edge of Oxford, where people are supposed to commute into Oxford, you must remember that most households, 2.4 average householders in a household now, and if they're of the right age, 2 of them work, and they mostly work in different places. So it is very likely that when you build on the edge of Oxford, it takes so long to commute into Oxford that one of them will commute to High Wycombe because it's quicker, and the other one, say, to Warwick. So there's no guarantee that there's a link between where you put houses and where you put jobs, because that's not the way it works. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are quite a few points there that I'm sure that the council would wish to respond to. Could take each in turn, please.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. On the Growth Commission, the councils have been consulted and engaging with the team at the Oxford Growth Commission. That doesn't necessarily mean we fully endorse the findings of the report, but I don't think it's fair to say to the Commission that they haven't involved us in that process. So to be fair to the Growth Commission, we've not been excluded from the process, so to speak. On the points that Ms Camps-Walsh has made in relation to the jobs and where they will be taken up, I think this just goes back to our overall point that we don't live in a command economy. We can't dictate where workers will live nor where they will work. It's our view that the MPPF and PPG do not require us, either in the chapters on housing, employment or transport, but requires this integrated throughout approach, linking housing growth and employment needs. Indeed, the standard method was introduced to replace these protracted arguments and avoid delays and costs in the process. The standard method, both iterations of it, are set nationally to address housing targets, which are set politically and then given to local authorities through the methodology. There is nothing at the national level that says the jobs identified in the overall housing target will be met with a sufficient number of jobs. So try to follow that through down to the local level to try to get an exact balance. It wouldn't make sense, and it doesn't align with the purpose and function of the standard method. I don't have any other points, Michael, unless you wanted to add anything.
Well, I was only going to just add in terms of the general approach, and this particularly I think picks up on some of the points one's heard from both Savills and from Carter Jonas about their particular clients' development aspirations, is that what we have done through the ELNA is adopted a structured and methodological approach to assessing employment demands. That is something that's recognised by the PPG as an appropriate way of looking at those things. We have provided that assessment, and we have then produced a plan strategy which takes into account that assessment, and that we would suggest is the appropriate way of looking at employment issues, by reference to considering what the needs of the area are and how on a quantified way they should be dealt with. We then looked at the supply side, and we have a more than sufficient supply. Obviously, Mr. Knott's point is, as he has made clear repeatedly, he doesn't want there to be this plan, and he rather thinks that this plan is a retrograde step. He characterises the plan as making no positive contribution to either housing or to employment growth. That is a mischaracterisation, and when one looks at the plan properly, one sees that whilst many, but I do stress the word many of the allocations are carried forward from earlier plans, it is not the case that the plan makes no new provision for housing, and it is not the case that the plan makes no new provision for employment. And even of those sites which are carried forward from earlier plans, the criteria that are set out in the policies that will bring those sites forward have been refreshed and reviewed to ensure they engage with current issues, particularly in relation to infrastructure, to ensure that those sites can be delivered. And this plan therefore provides additionality compared to simply reliance on what will become increasingly dated policies in the adopted local plans. And also, obviously, this plan provides a suite of development management policies which more closely reflect national policy since the earlier plans were adopted. And on that point, and I know everybody will say, yes, but what about the new MPPF? With respect, and we've gone around this loop a number of times, this plan's soundness and the policy soundness is being tested against the 2023 MPPF. And so when you're considering up-to-datedness or not, the benchmark for up-to-datedness is against the policy expectations and requirements of the 2023 MPPF. Thank you.
Can I just ask the councillors to respond to the particular points raised in relation to Science Vale and Oxford University, that the approach in the plan is sort of almost holding back their aspirations?
Well, Madam, I did partly deal with that through when I referred to Carter Jonas and to Savills. That was a reference to those comments. But the point is that you should have, with respect, as it were, a quantitative analytical approach to looking at employment land and employment provision. That is what the ELNA has done, and that has identified what the requirements are for the plan period. Those are provided for, and it's not necessary or appropriate to provide additional provision beyond that is sort of needed to meet those needs. Where those sites, and Culham and Harwell are both examples, they are allocated. There is a positive planning framework for them. The site at Grove is not an allocated site, or at least the part that the University of Oxford's interested in is not an allocated site. But it's not the, as it were, purpose of this plan to provide additional allocations beyond the level of need if it's not justified to do so. Don't know if there's anything else from Mr. Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Bedford. I think it's just a point to the fact that Mr. Sensical from Carter Jonas was explaining the healthy supply we'll be expecting to come forward from sites like Harwell and Culham, both brownfield sites which have a strong delivery and strong past delivery strong example of past delivery, and are also a key part of the council's employment strategy in terms of the flagship sites across Science Vale. We've heard to great extent about the surplus of employment land that the council has identified beyond its needs. So I think we would feel it would be unjustified to identify further greenfield land when we've got such a sufficient supply on the key flagship sites within Science Vale, the core element of Science Vale.
Thank you. I am conscious of time. I'm going to bring in Mr. Tennant. You haven't had the opportunity to say something yet.
Thank you, Ma'am. Just to agree with the point that Mr. Bedford just raised, that the DIO site at Dalton Barracks is perhaps one of the unique sites in the JLP insofar as it allocates additional housing and additional employment land in the plan. But the point that DIO wish to make is that the infrastructure requirements that come along with that additionality need to be properly considered. And in our representations, in our statements, we've made significant reference to the requirement for infrastructure to meet infrastructure growth and infrastructure provision to align with that growth in housing and that growth in employment, to ensure that a new garden community can be adequately serviced and provided for at Dalton Barracks. And that requires modifications to be made to the JLP. And on the start of this week, you asked the question to bring forward proactive and positive recommendations for modifications, and certainly a modification to policy IN3, not for discussion today, of course, to ensure that the sufficient transport and other infrastructure and the safeguarding of transport corridors, transport routes, and the safeguarding of future land at Dalton Barracks is integrated into this version of the JLP now to ensure that that garden village can adequately come forward and be well serviced by sufficient infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. I mean, that is more of a deliverability issue, I think, in terms of stage 3 and the consideration of the site allocations. Mr. Robson, can you make it very brief, please?
Thank you. Thank you. Very quickly. So I think it was put to you by the council that there was no need for the standard methodology or the LHN to actually match with job growth, and there's no any MPPF. It's not actually true, really, given that the standard methodology informs the house requirements. And if you look at the MPPF at paragraph 64, sorry, bear with me a second. Sorry, paragraph 67 of the MPPF, that says that strategic policymaking authority should establish a housing requirement figure for the whole area. The requirement may be higher than the identified housing need if, for example, it includes provision for neighbouring areas or reflects growth ambitions linked to economic development. So clearly, the council's growth ambitions for economic development are set out in their employment land policies. If that increases the level of job growth, then that would have a knock-on effect for the housing requirement, which should be increased. So that is where the MPPF seeks to address the point. Thank you.
Council, I'd like to briefly respond to that, please.
Yes, thank you, Mum. I think we've made the point that we've identified our employment needs and we've sought to address and exceed the employment needs through the plan. In terms of the growth ambitions linked to economic development or infrastructure investment in paragraph 67 of the MPPF, there have been references to sort of quite nebulous aspirational growth targets referenced in the Oxford Growth Commission. There's no specific targets identified for South Oxfordshire or Vale of Whitehorse within that report, not that we would consider that a justification alone to that wouldn't be the sole document we'd follow in setting our employment needs. Obviously, we'd interrogate any evidence that's provided to support the assumptions made in such an employment assessment. So I would say that there is no specific requirement identified in the Growth Commission report. There have been potential job targets identified in, and I referenced the OGNA earlier, and then I referenced how that fed through into the Oxford local plan report. I should have referenced the HENA, the HENA, because that's a document, so my apologies for that. But I'd maintain that that document did look at identifying more aspirational growth and did try and draw on some of those more aspirational targets for employment. It was found to be insufficient by the planning inspectorate in terms of justifying a departure from a standard method-based housing target. Now, I know 67 is talking about requirement, but looking at the targets within that, you know, they were found to not justify a departure from the standard method at the time. So I'd reiterate that the council's identified its needs, it's met its needs, it exceeds its needs, and it's done what's required of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm very conscious of time. Just looking at the rest of the agenda for this afternoon, I do think some of those points have been overtaken by the Memorandum of Understanding, which has provided some clarity in terms of quantifying the unmet need, assuming base date of 2025. But there are some particular points which have kind of arisen already in terms of the earlier sessions, in terms of how to accommodate the existing unmet need and how that's addressed in the plan. But I think some of those questions will have been superseded. So what I was going to propose to do is break for an hour to 2:15, if that's acceptable to everyone. I think that would give us sufficient time to get through the rest of the agenda. So we shall adjourn until 2:15. Thank you.
don't think I would.
No,
There's salads come. They've mixed up the salads. So there's a peri-peri, I think it's the salad, if that's okay. If not,
peri-peri.
I think it is, like some kind of a peri-peri.
Yeah, it'd be nice to try something different.
Okay, perfect, great. Yeah, they mixed up just the two salads, yours and the inspectors, which is so annoying,
really?
Yeah, so Hannah tried to fix
it.
Yeah, no, he's fine. It's just, yeah, one of those things. Hannah tried to, they just politely can't do anything. So.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
That's okay. Yeah,
that connected.
Yeah.
So that way, that's why we're able to achieve this big screen.
So this is where, so you've got, you can see what's streaming.
Yes.
Oh, excellent.
So I've just switched off the switch card. So once they come back live, I'll just switch to Teams. Then it takes slightly like seconds before it finally streams. So a slight delay, but that's how it's being designed.
Okay.
Yeah. So for now, it's being paused. So once the inspectors are seated, I'll switch to Teams. Then I just put it on speaker. Yeah. I'm just just a bit content, just eating.
I'm gonna go and make a cup of tea, I think, and go to the loo because the time goes very
I
quickly,
know.
doesn't it?
Yeah, it's almost.
How long has it been taking you to drive in?
That's the thing. Funny enough, it takes about 58 minutes, sometimes 1 hour.
Yeah, I'm similar. Yeah, it's up to about 50 minutes depending.
Once I put it from my car park, it says 1 hour 2 minutes. The moment I start driving out, then it changes to about 58. Like the majority of time is 50 something.
Let's all keep our fingers crossed. We don't have tomorrow because I don't think if they stick with their agenda, fingers crossed.
So we'll find out by the end of today.
We'll find out by the end of today. At least tell the security guards anyway.
Where about you stay?
Oh, I just drive in from home every day.
Okay, is it Didcot?
No, I live in Carterton, which is because my husband's at RAF Brides Norton, so that's West Oxfordshire. Like you go the A40 where Oxford is. There's the A40 road goes from Oxford to Cheltenham, so I drive down that. Yeah, it takes a while as well. So I think I really appreciate it's a long way, but
it is. My husband has been doing nights because of this plan. I know.
Oh, bless you.
5 nights in a row. Usually it's only 2 nights they're allowed to do. So now to beg me 5 nights is exhausted.
I think Emma was saying her husband's had to pull a sickie on something.
Really?
My husband's not got a car, so he's had to walk the kids, like Alice, everywhere to clubs and back and school and back. So I think we're all understanding it's a big effort for the whole family, isn't it?
My kids now wake up an hour and a half earlier than they should. Today, I begged because for them to get up because they have to get up early. I need to make sure they are early and they're all set
Right, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. Hope you're all feeling refreshed. And can everyone hear me okay? Mr. Curtis, can you hear me okay? Good. Right. So I suggested at the beginning that the agenda has been overtaken slightly by events. So looking at the rest of the agenda and the MIQs, I'm going to propose just reversing it slightly. Basically, because of the Memorandum of Understanding, which is LPA 76 for your reference, which has slightly superseded the first question in terms of how the previously agreed unmet need would be met in the plan. Due to the fact that by rebasing the local housing need calculation to 2025, that would take into account any undersupply. And we shall come on to that and seek views on that as we go through. But I'd like to start off by asking the council to introduce the Memorandum of Understanding and just say how it has been arrived at, and just set out what it is, what has been agreed in terms of the overall level of unmet need and the apportionment between the districts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mum. So LPA 76, the Memorandum of Understanding, confirms Oxford's unmet need for the period 25 to 2045 as 12,519 homes, and that's set out in paragraph 2.4. Obviously, Oxford's local plan still needs to go through the examination process, but this figure of around 12,000 to 13,000 homes has remained a broadly consistent position for Oxford's unmet need throughout the preparation of the JLP. LPA 76 reflects the ongoing discussions between Oxford's and the districts on unmet need. However, there is still disagreement between the councils in relation to specific elements of unmet need. It particularly relates, as we've heard on Tuesday's session, in relation to the monitoring and delivery mechanisms for unmet need and how that forms part of the council's overall housing requirement. The MOU establishes that South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse would accommodate around 55% of Oxford's unmet need for the period 25 to 45. So 4,950 homes in South Oxfordshire, that's 40% of the unmet need. And Vale of Whitehorse would provide 1,830 homes, 15% of the unmet need. It sets out that the JLP anticipates to deliver this need before the end date of the Oxford local plan in 2043. Thank you.
Thank you. Just take you back a few steps. So essentially, the calculation of need is based on the Oxford local plan, the Oxford local housing need calculation at a base date of 1st of April 2025. I understand that the Oxford Council has updated its SHLA, the land availability assessment, to give an updated figure, and that has resulted in the unmet need figure. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. That's based off the latest calculation under the new standard method for Oxford, using, I believe, the 2025 affordability ratios. So it uses the same sort of approach that we've taken, albeit following the old standard method as opposed to the new one, but it takes the same base date, so creates alignment between the base dates of the plans. And yes, it reflects the most up-to-date position in Oxford's SHLA, which was supporting their Reg 19 consultation version of the Oxford Local Plan 2045. As I said, that still needs to go through its examination, but we are confident that that figure's held pretty consistent throughout the preparation of the JLP. Thank you.
So table 1 sets out that's the apportionment in the 2016 memo of understanding. Table 2 sets out the agreed apportionment under the emerging Oxford local plan. How those figures have been arrived at. Clearly, there's been an element of rolling forward of the previous apportionments.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, the figures for South Oxfordshire set out in, sorry, let me just find the reference in table 1 and 2 are consistent, so both are set at 4950 for South Oxfordshire. This does represent a continuation of the commitment to the previous amount of unmet need accommodated in the South Oxfordshire Local Plan 2035. Vale of White Horse proposes to accommodate 1,830 homes, which did reflect the position at the time of the submission of the joint local plan and where unmet need discussions were at that time. So for Vale of White Horse, the anticipation was that it would deliver 2,200 homes between 2019 and 2031. The 183 figure comes from netting off 2 years of completions before the start date of the 2021 plan. Because that figure was included in the submission version of the JLP, and collectively the Oxfordshire councils are providing sufficient housing to address Oxford's unmet need, as set out in table 2, that's 13,208 homes, compared to the unmet need of 12,519 was the figure I gave you, I believe. Yeah, 12,519. So there'd be no justification for resetting Vale's unmet needs 2,200 homes because the unmet need from Oxford is already exceeded by the contributions made by the district councils. And in fact, South Oxfordshire, Vale of White Horse, and I believe Cherwell will all have plan end dates that address that needs before the end of 2045.
Thank you.
Sorry, it's perhaps just also worth making the point on that figure of 1830 that the methodology that produced it was, as Mr. Rice has just said, to net off 2 years prior to 2021. There might be an argument that some might identify that, well, if you're rebasing to 2025, should you net off even more? Whether that's an approach that's suitable or not is not something that we are intending to do. We are content to carry that figure forward, which is what we have agreed in the Memorandum of Understanding. And therefore, I say, albeit that when you probe the, as it were, the arithmetic that produced it, it doesn't tie with 2025. We haven't saw that as a reason for changing the figure. And so we are content to carry that forward. And obviously we say, as the MOU indicates, that the supply is sufficient to be able to deliver that.
Okay, thank you. In terms of South Oxfordshire, there hadn't been any delivery on sites, had there, that had been identified as potentially meeting Oxford's unmet need. But in the Vale of White Horse, there had been some delivery. How has that been dealt with? Was it just a line drawn in sand?
We can provide probably more information on the supply side if we're at the stage 3 hearings, but our assessment is that yes, there has been delivery within Vale of White Horse, which is picked up in the monitoring reports, which you've already got in the examination library. Don't think you've probably got the most recent authority monitoring report, but it is, I say, it's something that is picked up there. But we're confident that notwithstanding the delivery there has been in Vale, there is still 1830 and even more than 1830 available to carry forward to the post-2025 period.
So in terms of the memorandum of understanding, paragraph 4.6 sets out some key principles that are agreed. So taking you to bullet 2 of that one. There has been no change in position in relation to the principles behind the distribution of sites that would contribute to meeting Oxford's unmet need, and the basis of the original apportionment is still considered sound. So do you want to say a bit more about why you consider that to remain a sound approach for the plan under examination?
Yeah, yes, I mean, clearly, of understanding. So that sets out a joint position, but effectively, there was a previous distribution between all of the districts across the county, and that was no doubt a challenging process to agree on, but it reflected the circumstances across the districts, and the authorities have collectively agreed that the same principles continue to be relevant, and therefore a similar distribution pattern follows, which is then why there isn't really a change when you get to the final table 2 to how the apportionment splits between the different constituent councils.
Okay, thank you for that. I would like to open up discussion on the memorandum of understanding and the principles contained within at this stage. And if participants could just say what their view is, in particular on the fact that in terms of the key principles agreed in paragraph 2.8, the last bullet point, that the affordability uplift step of the standard method takes account of any previous under delivery. It would be useful to have participants' views on that. Mr. Walsh.
Yes, my point refers to the historical position back from the previous plan. That was agreed or in fact not agreed by South Oxfordshire District Council as it then was. What they did was to sit down and measure the boundary of Oxford City and how much of it was against which council. So if you bear in mind a map that essentially you have South Oxfordshire to the southeast, the Vale to the southwest, Charwell to the north, and West Oxfordshire doesn't actually meet. It doesn't quite get there. South Oxfordshire actually curls round, a very narrow piece that curls round is essentially the ward of Forest Hill that curls round and up the side of Oxford and over the top. That meant that South Oxfordshire got a very large chunk. But in fact, that little bit outside that is all Buckinghamshire. So that narrow strip is only 3 or 4 miles wide, and then you're in Buckinghamshire, and Buckinghamshire does not appear anywhere in these calculations. Historically, that may have made some sense in that the communications into Buckinghamshire were not very good. But since then, somebody has spent in the region of £1 billion building a new railway line that goes straight in there, but it still doesn't appear anywhere in these numbers. Similarly, the villages in Buckinghamshire were fairly sleepy at that time, but since then, Princes Risborough, Haddenham and so on have all built large numbers of houses and have many more houses in their current local plans with a direct rail connection into Oxford. And that's mentioned in those local plans as being one of the reasons why how those houses are needed. Similarly, and this more relates to 3.8 than to 3.6, but I'll make the point now, is that they have built a railway line up to Milton Keynes. They haven't actually opened it yet. The latest from the government is that it should open in December. But essentially, this plan assumes it's not going to open before 2045, which seems to me a little unrealistic. And that will put many tens of thousands of new houses onto that, which Milton Keynes are building. And they're building a new station at Winslow, which is at the moment is not slated for large numbers of new houses, but almost certainly will be within this period. And going back to the calculation that was done, South Oxfordshire inherited a much larger share than you would expect to find going on the general numbers of houses in Oxfordshire. There was a recalculation to give West Oxfordshire some of Charwell's and the Vale's allocation, but apart from that, it went on this boundary of Oxford calculation. That wasn't accepted by South Oxfordshire at the time, but it has just been left within the calculation and has become permanent for no particular reason.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Do the council wish to respond to any of those points?
I think, Madam, what we would say is, as you will understand more generally, it is a very difficult task for local authorities to achieve an agreement on matters which are complex, sometimes sensitive, politically sensitive, or sensitive to local communities. And it's therefore a challenging exercise. Where it's possible for those authorities to come together and to reach an agreement, that is something effectively that should not be treated lightly. It should command respect just because of the challenges that are involved in coming to that joint agreement. You do have, as it were, a unified voice from the relevant local authorities in Oxfordshire on this key matter as to how the apportionment can appropriately be made to work. They've all agreed to that, and they've all agreed that they can provide their pro rata shares on that apportionment. And from effectively this plan's point of view, in your examination of its soundness, therefore, you really just need to be satisfied. Is there a positive response by this plan to the identified unmet need for Oxford, to which the answer is yes, and possibly a little bit like an omelette or something. One shouldn't look, a sausage machine, you shouldn't look too much into the sausage machine to see how it happened. You should really just look at the end result, and the end result is one which is recorded in the MOU, and it provides a clear apportionment which delivers what is needed.
Thank you. Mr. Knott, I think you got there first.
Not sure that I did, but I'll jump in nonetheless. Mum, you've drawn participants' attention specifically to the last bullet point in 2.8, which is obviously taken from the PPG, which states the affordability uplift step of the standard method takes account of any previous underdelivery. Now, I and I suspect other participants are not going to dispute what the PPG says. It says what it says. But I think reacting to the MOU that's only appeared recently, so not yet had an opportunity to make any written submissions on this. But I think one needs to actually look at what underlies that very recent improvement trend over the last 3 to 4 years in affordability, because it potentially masks the reality of the situation, particularly in this area. And I think we probably all recognise, and it's kind of been well commented on in the national media, and we all feel it in terms of what's currently happening in our housing market. And whilst that is obviously, hopefully, a short-term effect, clearly the housing market is under some pressure. So that is acting to improve affordability in definitional terms. At the same time, earnings, particularly in this area, are going through the roof. You look at the graph and it is almost vertical. And we would say, kind of really consistent with the points that have been made, that is in part reflective of how strong the local economy is in this area and the effect of constrained housing brackets labour supply in terms of supporting that economic growth. So whilst at this point we clearly aren't going to dispute what the PPG says in terms of the standard method, I think one does need to actually look at what's going on underlying the data. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Molnar?
Thank you. Just to take that slightly further, just to comment that the affordability ratios, yes, absolutely, delivery is taken into account of in terms of the standard methodology, and that includes under-delivery and over-delivery relative to the local housing need. And you have to say that the fall in the affordability ratio for the Vale of Whitehorse, for instance, has to be set against the backdrop of deliveries, and this is shown in the local plan trajectory on page 460. So in 21-22, they delivered 1,210, 22-23, 1,359, 23-24, 1,168. So clearly that has had a really positive impact on the affordability ratio. That compared to now the supply figures for the Vale of Whitehorse of the 15,381 over 25 to 2043, that relates to 855 dwellings per annum. So the differences in what's actually going to be delivered are absolutely massive, and you can only expect in that scenario that the affordability ratio is now going to go up again, which isn't great for anybody. And then the other thing that I would say is that the PPG does make it clear that the local housing need is not a requirement. And there was a bit of discussion earlier on about kind of the economic growth agenda and what the Oxford position was, and that the authority obviously feels it now can't do anything other than adopt the standard methodology because of the Oxford City Inspector report. And to a certain degree, that's right, but what they were looking at was a completely different way of identifying need. What I'm talking about, and possibly others, is actually looking at, well, what's the needs and what could there be an uplift on the needs. So the standard methodology is only a starting point. You're not uplifting it. You're not looking at a completely different way of calculating it, which was what the inspectors for Oxford City local plan were concerned about. And that's at that's at para 47. And then just in terms of the distributional split, despite so much reliance on this inspector's report to just adopt the standard methodology as a requirement, what it also says at 34 was talking about the existing agreements and commitments. And it says, although there were previous agreements and commitments in place to accommodate 14,300 homes in other Oxfordshire authorities, these agreements stem from a different round of plan making with a different evidence base and deal with a different time period. So in that context, there should have been some re-looking at what the evidence is for now, where the need is arising, where the most appropriate spatial distribution should be. And that's completely lacking. It hasn't been tested in the sustainability appraisal. So what we don't understand is what the employment and the debate that was just had before lunch, you know, for example, what would the employment provision, if it is taken up, what would that mean for the number of homes? What would that uplift on the local standard methodology need be? And then test it and then look at the other evidence of needs, for example, new affordability needs. If these numbers are going to drop so much, what is that going to do to the affordability ratio? And then to test this. But none of that testing and evidence is in place, and it really does need to, in order to confirm that this is the right number of homes and in the right place and according to the right distributional strategy. At the moment, we don't have the evidence to confirm that. Thank you.
Mr. Sandsker.
Peter Canavan for Carter Jonas. I don't have an awful lot to say now. I think that what you've just heard put it very eloquently. I think the only thing that I was perhaps going to suggest, which might give us an apples with apples comparison, given we were talking about fruit-based analogies earlier, would be to have every single authority understand what their LHN is now under the new standard method, and then we would be able to understand the distribution, which, with due respect to Mr. Walsh, wasn't quite the full story, because the full distribution was based on the need at the time, the requirement at the time, and capacities at the time. So at least if we knew what each of the local authorities' LHN under the new standard method was, we had some idea of their capacities, because they've all got variously up-to-date land availability assessments, then we would get somewhere close to understanding if this MOU is in any way comparable to the decisions and the agreements that were reached in 2016.
Ms. Canswalsh.
I actually agree with what the lady over there said to some extent. Are these houses in the right place? The Oxford unmet need comes out of their own priorities of in developing employment premises instead of houses, and is partly their plan to extend Oxford and possibly Greater Oxford out into the Greenbelt. Now, in their local plan hearing, they said their aim was to have to retain 30% of Oxfordshire's jobs within Oxford. I think this is completely unrealistic, because they have made no means of how people are supposed to commute into Oxford. They've insisted on having their unmet need met on the edge of Oxford, this actually exacerbates the problem of commuting into Oxford, because the people who are already commuting into Oxford have to get through all these new developments and the traffic that's generated with them to get themselves into Oxford. So it just makes the whole situation much, much worse. So it would be much better, and I realise we're not talking about Oxford City Plan today, we're talking about SOD and C in the Vale, but the impact on one another. If Oxford City were to have more homes near the jobs in Oxford, people could walk to work, and they wouldn't need to export so many unmet need to us. And I particularly don't think they should be met on the edge of Oxford. The only sustainable way to commute into Oxford is by train. And as my husband next to me said earlier, you know, there are train lines with developments in them which could commute very easily into Oxford, and they're being completely discounted. And I would also just like to make it, you were talking about affordability. Barton Park is built on the edge of Oxford. It's in Oxford City, and it's near us. And that was supposed to be to give affordable housing to Oxford. Well, the affordable housing, I think, started at £300,000, which isn't very affordable. And it was promoted for people living in London that they should live there because of the great Oxford schools, and they could commute into London. I don't really see that that's helping Oxford at all. Thank you.
Thank you. There are quite a few points being raised there. The council would like to respond to this.
Mum, I don't know if there was a point here that needed to be heard first before, if you wanted to, but...
Sorry, I think the heat must be getting to me today. Yes, Mr. Curtis.
This is really a point, I think, for Oxford, in that commuting by car from the environmental point of view is not at all a good idea. The Oxford bus system is there but dodgy, and that surely the Oxford builds should be near Oxford jobs and not out in the country. To put it bluntly, there's no better place than Oxford to build some high-rise, multi-purpose communities, i.e. campuses for young professionals, that will fit within that. There's precedent for high-rise, multi-purpose colleges in Oxford, buildings in Oxford. They're called colleges. So I think that we have every right to call Oxford City Council to order to look after their own needs.
Right, Mr. Rice, would you, or Mr. Duffy, like to respond to the points raised? Thank you.
Yes, I'll go for some general points then. I don't know if Mr. Bedford wants to come in and just cover any points I may have missed. The first point I'll deal with was the point raised by Carter Jonas in relation to comparing our new standard method capacity and how that will compare to addressing unmet need. I'll just tie that back to the original point that we are being examined under the 2023 MPPF, and there's no requirement for us to look at the new standard method figures for South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse. The main point I want to talk about, though, was the affordability ratios. So we've heard essentially how they've only improved in our district because of a result of high housing targets. If I could take you, and then the example which was given was specifically Vale. So if I take you to OCD 09.1, which is the latest land supply statement in the examination library. And if I take you to table 4, which is the bottom of page 17 and top of page 19. Now that's our windfall analysis, so you might be wondering why I've taken you there, but that's the only place we recorded total completions from 2011 to 2022, 2023, which is the, 23, 24, which is the latest date in that report. Vale's affordability ratios have been improving since 2009. If you look at the years 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, those numbers are not at the level of growth identified in the adopted local plan part 1 or part 2. So affordability ratios have been improving perhaps not despite house growth, but because of other factors as well. And I think it's important to recognise that affordability is driven by two components: wages, of which this local plan has very little if no control over, and house prices. Planning has some control over house prices by affecting the supply of homes, but house prices are not solely affected by housing supply. It's affected by land prices, construction costs, and other factors. So to pin solely the improving affordability ratios in Vale of Whitehorse on high housing targets is A, not reflective of the trends that are shown in Table 4, and B, slightly misleading as to the facts which actually affect housing affordability, and perhaps neglects the role that landowners and developers play in that calculation as well. Thank you.
Yes, it's not a straightforward calculation.
Yeah, Madam, I was just going to add just a general point. The obvious point, that this is an examination of the joint local plan. It's not an examination of an emerging Oxford local plan. So effectively, one doesn't seek to or shouldn't seek to go behind Oxford's own calculation of its local housing need and then the unmet need in the context that you've got a memorandum of understanding which agrees all of that. And secondly, whilst some of the participants would urge on you, as it were, an approach of using the new standard method for everywhere, that is not something that the government has decided on in publishing the new standard method, and the 2024 MPPF does set out the transitional arrangements. Those transitional arrangements are applicable to the JLP, and the government in producing those transitional arrangements can be taken to be perfectly well aware, because the MPPF has always talked about unmet needs from adjacent areas, that different local authorities would be at different stages of the plan making journey, and therefore in some cases plans would be being prepared which would be prepared under the 2023 MPPF as regards a local authority's own local housing needs, but it may well be that any needs that they're accommodating from elsewhere are generated by a different method. That is nothing that is outside of what can have been reasonably anticipated by government when they introduced the transitional arrangements, and therefore there is no need on soundness grounds to undertake the exercises that have been referred to, or to seek to go behind the figures which are reflected of applying the standard method, including the affordability uplift, whether that is within Vale or South Oxfordshire or indeed within Oxford. So we think that the points that have been raised by the various participants are points which really go to effectively seeking to achieve something which in the view of those participants would be a better plan, but they're not issues that are needed in order to deal with the soundness of this plan.
Thank you, that's helpful. Are there any other views from participants in terms of the Memorandum of Understanding at this point? No. Did Oxford City wish to add anything to?
Madam, no, just simply you have the document. The approach which has been taken uses the standard methodology in terms of the calculation, so it's sound in that respect. And in terms of the SHLA, the other authorities have agreed with its conclusions, and it's an evidence-based conclusion.
Thank you. So now moving on, just to look at probably rewording the question in terms of how the unmet need would be addressed within the emerging JLP and the practicalities of meeting that need. I would just like to ask the council to respond to that first. In terms of the specific issues raised, for example, not having a separate trajectory or identifying specific sites to meet that need. If the council could start up, and we'll bring in other participants.
Thank you, Mum. I think I did make these points quite substantively on Tuesday, but will re-summarise them for the benefit of everybody here today. So as I set out in my opener today, Oxford maintains that the council's plan doesn't go far enough in addressing the specific needs. They request the council maintains a separate trajectory for the sites, for identified sites, with bespoke contingency mechanisms in place for delivering those sites were those bundle of sites not to come forward. I think it's important to iterate that those comments aren't new to us. The city has made these points persistently throughout the preparation of our JLP. But I think you've heard that we've not engaged on that matter. And that's not the case. We have set out our position clearly to this request, but there's no requirement in the MPPF or PPG to identify or monitor a separate trajectory for unmet need. We've always communicated to Oxford that our reading of MPPF is that paragraph 67 specifies a housing requirement for the whole area. Following this, we have asked Oxford how such trajectory would be identified and monitored and what implications it would have for triggering paragraph 11 of the MPPF. That's the presumption in favour. We have always expressed confusion about how this would work, if it's geographically tied, linked, or reflecting those sites that have the strongest relationship with Oxford, it inevitably will cover the Oxford Greenbelt. Both national and local policy afford great protection to the Greenbelt, and indeed case law has established that housing needs alone are unlikely to qualify as very special circumstances for building in the Greenbelt. So would such a ring fence be effective in bringing forward alternative sites? Unlikely. So we could look beyond the Greenbelt, but to where? How do we then split the district's needs from Oxford's? If we are looking as far afield as Didcot and Wantage to address the needs, then it undermines the whole argument that a ring fence is needed to identify sites close to Oxford. And it reinforces this council's approach for a single housing requirement being justified. This isn't a radical new position. We have always held consistent that unmet needs should form part of the overall requirement. And that's consistent with our adopted plans going back to 2019 in the Vale of White Horse, 2020 in South Oxfordshire, and since we started work on the preparation of a joint local plan. Thank you.
I just have one point because it's a new reference to a document. It's a document you've already got, but it's not a point I think we've picked up before. It is a point in I think it's the statement for this session from Hallam Land to WS 3/8, and they have included the annexes that go with the Mid Sussex Inspector's interim post-hearing letter from 24th of March 2026. And I appreciate obviously that not all plans are the same, so one takes it in that context. But your colleague, Mr. Bohr, examining that plan, where Mid Sussex are making a contribution to meet the unmet needs, in particular of Crawley Borough, one of their adjacent authorities, and the interim finding from that inspector in Annex 3, I'm afraid there isn't a paragraph number I can give you, but it is the fourth paragraph on the page that starts Annex 3. And having discussed in the third paragraph, the additional allowance for unmet needs should be specifically identified and should be included as an integral part of the Mid Sussex Plan's housing requirement rather than as part of the supply headroom. He then goes on to say, as regards the identification of housing sites, it is not necessary to identify specific sites in the plan for the accommodation of unmet need from specific places. And I say, whilst obviously all plans are different, we would say that is supportive of our approach. It is sufficient if you are satisfied that we have provided suitable sites in suitable locations which have a capacity sufficient, or as we say, more than sufficient, to meet the unmet need. That is as much as one needs to be satisfied about in order for the plan to be sound, and that it isn't necessary to go beyond that to provide specific sites or ring-fence sites or expect a separate housing trajectory. Having said even that, we have been again clear in the authority monitoring reports. Monitoring information is available that can provide information on progress on sites which are capable of contributing towards Oxford's unmet needs. So it's not as if there will be no information, but it's not necessary for the soundness of the plan strategy for the plan policies to require these things.
Thank you. And the interim statement of common ground, LPS 69, does include in the appendices South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse sites which are capable of contributing to it, but they're not necessarily identified in the plan.
Absolutely, and you'll be reminded. I made the point earlier in the week. Paragraph 6.2 of now the Memorandum of Understanding expressly records that point, that how the provision is to be made is a matter for each district in its own local plan.
Okay, thank you. I am conscious we've touched on some of these issues in earlier sessions, but not everybody may have been around the table. Can I have the response of the City Council, please?
Madam, yes, if I may. I mean, firstly, as to the suggestion that there's no soundness requirement for effectively a monitorable requirement to meet unmet need, I'd simply invite you to go to the test of effective in the MPPF, which does require that the plan is deliverable over the plan period and does not defer matters. And the context here, as we made clear in the examination, is that we've had effectively a decade of almost no delivery to meet unmet need as it's been identified over time. So clearly, in the context of Oxford, a desperate need for effective arrangements to be in place to secure the delivery of the identified supply. So there is a soundness requirement in this context. You will not be assisted by being referred to examinations elsewhere. We're dealing here with Oxford, a long-standing unmet need, and as I say, a decade of under or non-delivery. So it is a special case. And in terms of what we're seeking, in terms of today, Madam, just so you're clear, as far as HOU1 is concerned, you've got the Council's proposed modification in 3.2.2 of their hearing statement. We are only seeking, in relation to HOU1, minor amendments to paragraphs 1A and B, which deal with the annual requirement, so that after each, so in relation to South Oxfordshire, we would wish the words after the words with an annual housing requirement of 827 homes a year, in brackets of which 275 dwellings per annum are to meet the city's unmet need. And in terms of the Vale of Whitehorse housing requirement, which is an annual housing requirement of 705 homes a year, we would seek the addition of with 102 dwellings per annum to meet the unmet needs of the city. And that then would feed into at least a monitorable requirement. It would also be clear to the plan readers that this plan is, as a matter of policy, making provision for Oxford's unmet need. And we have a flavour from the debate a little while ago as to why the plan might be silent as to the commitment to meeting Oxford's unmet need, but the commitment needs to be there, and it is capable of being monitored. There are various options for monitoring. We've heard today, I think for the first time, expansion of the council's case as to why they don't consider that it would be capable of being monitored. But with respect, there's no consideration of the various monitoring options there. So have they considered, for example, reserve sites, better use of existing sites, or potentially commitment to a review through their twin track plan in the event that the delivery of the sites is still stalled? And through that process, that could also include greenbelt review. So there are various monitoring options. And with respect, it's not good enough to, as it were, respond on the hoof in relation to options when you haven't previously given serious consideration to them. All we've been told in the past is because of the Dorchester living case, it wouldn't be appropriate to have a separate requirement for Oxford's unmet need. And I addressed that the other day. I just thought Ms. Williams may want to add.
Thank you. Just a couple of points in response to Mr. Rice's statement earlier. I'm glad there's recognition that Oxford has been seeking additional measures in the JLP to give us comfort on delivery. That's been our primary concern here. Mr. Rice did indeed ask me how such a trajectory would work. He asked me that in a meeting that was held after they'd submitted their main mods, after they'd submitted their statements to this set of hearings. I maintain that we haven't had an opportunity to discuss that in detail. Secondly, Mr. Rice made reference to it's inevitable that it would be inevitable that additional sites would be within the Greenbelt. My colleagues already touched on a range of other things that could be advanced in the plan to remedy under delivery. I'd just point out that the joint work that identified the unmet needs sites was framed around the phrase on sites that are adjacent or well connected to Oxford. That is why a number of the currently allocated sites for Oxford's unmet need are not geographically adjacent to Oxford's boundary. They are in places that have good public transport connections, for example, into the city. There's no reason why additional mitigation for under-delivery would need further Greenbelt review. We're not at that stage. There are other options too. Thank you.
Can you just expand on your reasoning in terms of why you think the proposed modification, including sort of in brackets reference to the Oxford unmet need figure, why you think that would assist delivery of sites coming forward?
It's part of the overall package of the points we've been making all week. So we would start with the change to the strategy, which we outlined, and this would be the policy recognition of the provision being made in quantitative terms for unmet need. And it would then feed into the monitoring arrangements, which I'd anticipate you would be coming to later on in the examination. But at the moment, there's no recognition of the quantitative requirement to meet the unmet need in the plan in policy terms. So the only reference to unmet need in policy terms is SP1 criterion 10, and that's has no quantitative reference, and there's no spatial content.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask the council to respond to those points, please?
Thank you, Mark. It's interesting to hear the proposed modification from Oxford in terms of identifying as part of the overall requirement a specific element for Oxford. Now, I don't know which sites would be responsible for contributing to the 275 or the 102 per annum. It could be those sites identified in the Memorandum of Understanding. But if they don't come forward, and then we are reliant on alternative sites from elsewhere in the district, and we have seen other sites making a contribution, not just to our own needs, but to Oxford's, I just can't see how it's justified to split that out, to say these sites have to contribute to that, then look for alternative sites which aren't those sites. Then you get back to the original position of, well, why not just include sites across the district which could contribute to those numbers anyway? So for me, I don't consider that to be an effective or useful monitoring indicator to keep track of Oxford's unmet need. I don't think I have too much to add. Michael, I don't know if there's anything you wanted to.
I think we've rehearsed repeatedly the points about mechanisms and occupation control, and the city council made it clear earlier this week that they weren't seeking to control occupation of individual dwellings, which is a helpful clarification. I think we've taken the view that there should be one housing requirement, and therefore the Oxford unmet need is absorbed into that one housing requirement, and therefore the policies should relate to that one housing requirement. Having said that, I don't think it would be something that would be unable for us to consider, would just be to articulate, probably in the supporting text, because there are obviously already references in SB1 item 10 to meeting Oxford's unmet needs. I don't think it'd be a problem for us to articulate what the quantification of that would be over the plan period. So I think we would have some concern about trying to articulate it as an annual requirement, because it isn't an annual requirement, and we don't think the mechanism will work. But I don't think that we would find it problematic to say, well, obviously we've got a global figure that we've identified as our housing requirement, and that contains a number of components, of which this would be one. So I don't think that would be a problem. I think the problem is more this sort of suggestion of, as it were, having some separate stream of the housing trajectory and some separate 5-year land supply of monitoring that. That's where I think we see the difficulty.
And just looking at the supporting text as it stands at present, paragraph 6.10, the last 3 sentences do refer to the unmet need in Oxford City and the additional homes required in each of the respective districts to meet that. So that is mentioned in the supporting text, not necessarily the policy. So that is in there. Whether it needs to be in policy, happy to seek views on that.
I think we're taking the sort of the general view. The principal purpose of policies, not their only purpose, but the principal purpose of policies is to guide the determination of planning applications. And in that context, I think we don't see explanation of how the housing requirement figure has been derived is really a policy matter, but it's certainly a matter that we're happy to consider as part of the supporting text.
It's whether the supporting text needs to go any further than what's set out already in 6.10, which does refer to the unmet need. I'm happy to take views on that from parties. Oxford City.
And as you've heard our view, we say it does need to go in policy, and I would invite you to revisit again HES 19 and 20, which are the Memoranda of Understanding for Addressing Affordable Housing, and you'll see the content of those. And our simple question is, why can that at least some of that detail not be included in policy for the purposes of assisting in terms of meeting the city's need and making it clear to the plan reader that that is the commitment and what will be delivered.
Yeah, I think we've had that debate, haven't we, in terms of probably easier in many respects to control the affordable housing element than the market housing. Right, just to open up discussion from around the room, I shall go this way around. Ms. Jingle.
Without wishing to go over old ground, and as Mr. Rice said, a lot of this debate was had on Tuesday, but I do think it is important to reiterate in this context that the delivery of sites originally allocated to meet Oxford's needs in the Vale of Whitehorse have at present been counted towards the Vale of Whitehorse's need, whilst also being counted in the Memorandum of Understanding towards Oxford's needs. So these sites are counting to two separate levels of need. And I think this is exactly what Oxford is seeking to avoid, and ensure that these sites are actually delivered and counted towards their needs. So whilst I'm not saying that the standard method, which the council's using at the moment, the 2026, should incorporate that, I do also think that they shouldn't be counting sites that were specifically allocated in a previous round of plans for Oxford's needs towards their own needs, which is helping their own supply.
Mr. Knott?
Yeah, thank you, Ma'am. I mean, you beat me to it in terms of drawing attention to the supporting text, which, whilst the JLP as submitted doesn't go as far to allocate sites, as submitted, it clearly did distinguish between the Oxford City unmet need element of the requirement. So it is unclear to me, not that we're making this point, but why the council may now take such issue with this and prefer a blended annualised approach. And actually, the answer to that question, we say, is Exhibit F of the council's positive planning approach, which is the comparison between the submitted JLP that had a positively stepped housing requirement, which started high, reflecting the fact that we are making good, or this plan would seek to make good, the fact that there's delays in delivering its share of unmet need from Oxford City, which really we're well behind on. And trying to get that at the front end of this plan period. And would you believe that we're actually going backwards further through the modification that the council put forward in their statement, which is actually, no, let's not have a stepped housing requirement positively to bring it forward early. Let's actually have it annualised over our longer plan period. And we say that wouldn't be appropriate. The council, as submitted, clearly recognised the need to bring forward that element of its supply early. And we would be very concerned, and we say unsound, for the council now to try to adopt a different approach and to spread that annually over the plan period.
Thank you. Ms. Mulliner?
Thank you. Just to take the point on housing land supply slightly further without going into supply, but local planning authority is saying, well, why is the policy important for the determination of applications? Well, we've got to look at the effectiveness of the policy over the whole plan period. And of course, after 5 years, the way that national guidance is at the moment is that after 5 years, you just rely on the standard methodology, local housing need, to measure your housing lands, your 5-year housing land supply, which of course precludes you taking into account. If it's just that, you can't then say, but hang on a minute, there was some unmet need provision within those calculations. And so that's why the policy is important, so that if JLP2 doesn't transpire and doesn't come in the way that we all anticipate it will, it's going to be really important in 5 years' time, or 5 years from adoption, to understand the difference between the supply that's there for the district's need, which will then be the requirement will be replaced by whatever standard methodology or other measure of local housing needs at that time, and the differentiation between that and actually provision to meet Oxford's unmet needs. So it won't be right to combine them at that time, and that's why the policy is so important in that respect.
Thank you. Mr. Tucker.
Thank you. This is not really my debate, but since I was involved in the relevant case, it seems sensible for me to draw it to your attention. Within hearing statement WS31, so that's within the first set of written statements, the council drew attention to a case called Dorchester against the Secretary of State in 2024. That dealt with Cherwell, where there was a split between an initial local plan which just dealt with Cherwell's needs, and then a partial review which dealt with the 4,400, which is attributable to Oxford. The case that had been run at an appeal by the council, supported by my clients, was that there should therefore be separate 5-year land supplies. The inspector disagreed. Mrs. Justice Leven concluded that in fact that was a perfectly lawful decision for the inspector to arrive at. Why is that relevant? It's relevant because part and parcel of the split in Cherwell was to have a separate monitoring policy in relation to those 4,400 units, which was policy 13 of the partial review. That's discussed within paragraphs, well, it's 47 through to 58 of the judgment, but particularly paragraph 57 of the judgment of Mrs. Justice Leven, which you'll find at PDF page 51 of the written statement, where she says, having had that drawn to her attention, it may make good planning sense to monitor the two requirements separately because of the geography of Cherwell and the role of allocated sites in the partial review. But because the partial review is not limited to allocated sites, ... the requirement relates to the totality of it. So in terms of having a separate monitoring policy, not only has that been found sound in Cherwell because of that approach, not only does it not just relate to the allocated sites, but you have the High Court judge saying that it may make good planning sense to do that. So I just raised that because that seems to deal, I think, on all fours of the point raised by Mr. Bird.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh.
Yep. The question of sites being brought forward is largely down to two things, as I understand it. One is sewage, and the other is the travel, the roads system. The sewage system in Oxford is in problems, and allocating extra sites around Oxford is not going to help. It will be of no benefits to the system at all, and unless you can sort out Thames Water and they can redo the system, in which case the problem goes away, and it goes away for the sites that are already in the plan. The other is the transport system around Oxford, which is overloaded. And at the moment, it will be quicker to get from Didcot, and there are many sites in the Didcot area in the plan. Those will be quicker to get to the centre of Oxford than the sites on the edge of Oxford, which we're talking about being built. So allocating, saying that those sites on the edge of Oxford belong to Oxford makes no sense when it actually takes longer to get from there to the centre than it does from the centre of Didcot. And that will apply unless and until they open the Cowley branch line, when the whole system will make much more sense. But that may or may not happen within the plan period.
Thank you. I'm sure the council would like to come back to some of those points. If you could firstly pick up on Ms. Jingle's point in relation to almost the double counting of sites towards the district's needs and also Oxford City's unmet needs.
Yes, thank you, Mum. And this goes to our overall point that we believe that you should have one requirement for the district. And then I'll take you through some arithmetic, if you don't mind. So LPA 16 is the Vale of Whitehorse land supply statement, which has the most up-to-date completion figures in it. So I should have given you that reference previously. If you go to LPA 16 and it's PDF page 18, table 3. Oh, sorry, it's the same figures from the previous one. It only goes up to 23, 24. But from that, you can see the completion figures in the district. From 2021 to 2024. In 2021, we delivered 1,109. 2022, 1,359. 2023, 2024, 1,168. If I could then take you, apologies, to LPA 85, table 2. That has the respective LHN figure for the Vale of Whitehorse for those years. So it starts at 676 in 2021, then down to 645, slightly up to 648, and then down to 619 for 24-25. If you add 183 homes a year to that LHN figure, which was what we were proposing Oxford's need was at submission, completions exceed that. If you add the figure that Oxford suggested for Vale, which was 102, again, you exceed it. Our point is that the JLP identifies its housing needs in accordance with the standard method, and across the plan period will provide sufficient headroom to address its own needs and those of Vale of Whitehorse. So to say those sites have been contributing to Vale's own need and then will contribute, have been double counted, is not the case. The supply, year on year, in the past and projected forward in the JLP will be sufficient to provide our own needs and those accommodated in the Vale of Whitehorse by Oxford. There's no double counting of the sites, Mum. Thank you.
Madam, could I just add on that point? I don't know why my green light keeps going off, but anyway, perhaps worth making the point that whilst the pool of potential sites to meet Oxford's currently identified unmet need as set out in their memorandum of understanding, that pool of potential sites hasn't changed from earlier versions of the plans. What we're very clear about is that within the parts of those sites which remain unbuilt, or at least unbuilt as of the 1st of April 2025, which is when the time period starts, but of the potential sites that remain unbuilt, that future provision provides us with sufficient that we can deliver the 1830 towards the unmet needs that arise from 2025 onwards. And it is not the case that we are, as it were, relying for the purposes of that future provision on provision which has already been made, because obviously that would be double counting, but we're not doing that, and we are perfectly clear that we're not doing that. So that's one point. Then on, I think one of Mr. Nott's points, which was the point about the plan, again in his terms, is going backwards. When you look at the standard method that Oxford has used to identify, first of all, its local housing need, but then to identify the proportion which is unmet need, that is obviously calculated by applying the local housing need on an annual basis across the whole of its plan period, with a need, therefore, which is expected to arise throughout that period. It is therefore entirely appropriate when one is looking at that calculation of unmet need for us to treat how we deal with that across our own full plan period, rather than taking what would now be an arbitrary date, whether it is 2031 or 2036, which related to those earlier plans, and simply pick that arbitrary date as a date for delivery. It would effectively not then relate the provision to the way that the unmet need arises. Oh, sorry, there is one further point. But I just add there was a further point. A further point which arises. It was a point raised by TOR in terms of their worry that if we have a single housing requirement and we don't separately ring fence sites, then in a scenario that they posited that the plan is more than 5 years after its adoption, and if it hasn't been reviewed and there hasn't been a replacement, you would then be reverting to the standard method for calculating housing need. And then the standard method on its own doesn't include unmet need. Well, that's correct so far as it goes. But the point is that what you're being asked to examine the soundness of are the policies of this plan as applied at a time when you are applying the policies of this plan. It's not in our submission a soundness point to consider what would be the position when the MPPF tells you to move away from the plan because you're then reverting to the standard method. So we don't think that's a valid criticism of our approach. Thank you.
Did the council have a response in terms of Mr. Tucker's point on the Cherwell case and the monitoring point?
It's not, in a sense, terribly appropriate for me to make remarks which might appear to be critical of a High Court judge. But what the reasoning from Mrs. Justice Leven doesn't grapple with, because it's strictly speaking, it's a planning judgment issue, is actually what is achieved by that monitoring for the purposes of housing delivery. And whilst it may be perfectly lawful to carry out that monitoring, that doesn't actually answer the planning issue of, well, what are you monitoring it for and what do you do with the result of that? And that is only relevant if you then go down the route of having separate trajectories and separate ring fencing so that you're monitoring against a target. And then if you underprovide, there's a consequence. Monitoring for monitoring's sake doesn't serve a planning purpose.
Okay, thank you. I was just about to move us on, but notice a couple of nameplates up, Mr. Tucker.
Yes, you'll recall that when I drew your attention to the case, Madam, I drew your attention to paragraphs 47 through to 58. The answer to Mr. Bedford's point is at paragraph 52 as to what the purpose of monitoring is, where it tells us that the monitoring has revealed that so far, as at 2024, policy 12A of the partial review had revealed that delivery in Cherwell for Oxford had so far been 0, and the total 5-year land supply calculated for Oxford's needs arising in Cherwell was 0.01, 80 houses. That's why. There is a perfectly sensible planning justification. Again, this is not my battle, but it's important you read matters in context.
Thank you, Ms. Mulliner.
Thank you. And just to comment on that kind of mathematical supply today in terms of surplus over above the local housing need, yes, that might be right today, but we are looking at the effectiveness of the policies over the whole plan period, not just today. And what we also know today is that the new standards methodology, which is much higher, is going to start biting, and certainly will bite in 5 years' time. So yes, it might be right today, but it's about the effectiveness of the plan period, of the whole plan period, and that's why I stand by my point that it is important to have that and be able to monitor it within a policy position, so that we can all be clear about how effective that policy on the requirement carries forward throughout the plan period.
Thank you. If the council could respond to that point, particularly picking up the point raised that although supply at this point in time is healthy, we'll have to test that in stage 3 hearings. But in the event that supply falls away for whatever reason, how would the council deal with that?
So obviously I won't reiterate the transition arrangements being in place and the use of the old standard method being entirely appropriate and what government expects of this local plan. I do just want to raise a point about monitoring for this council, and there's an accusation that we have no idea what's happening with these sites. And I won't take you to our 5-year land supply statements again, as I've given you references, but between each council, each year, there's about 500 pages of report generated on land supply. And in that report, it includes detailed pro formas, looking at every site, not just the local plan allocations, but neighbourhood plan allocations and anything that's got planning permission via windfall. Now, recently, we have been using a consultant to help us defend our position at 5-year land supply while we've been going into the JLP hearings. And they've commented that they believe our land supply statements are among the most robust in the country in terms of the evidence they produce. We take delivery of these sites extremely seriously, perhaps more so than Oxford's AMRs, which don't include that level of detail on delivery of sites and present that evidence for public scrutiny for people to look at in terms of expected build out rates, where the developers are, what's happening with the landowners, what's happening with viability. South and Vale are not only the best in the county, but I'd argue that we're some of the best in the country in terms of the evidence we put forward for monitoring and trajectory of sites. So the accusation that we're sort of putting our fingers in our ears and ignoring what's going to happen on those sites is not correct. And then if the supply, on the point you raised, Ma'am, on if the supply doesn't come forward, there are obviously mechanisms within the MPPF at paragraph 11 in terms of the triggering of the presumption in favour of sustainable development for if a council cannot demonstrate a sufficient supply of housing. We will be making the case in the autumn that we do have a sufficient supply of homes, but there are mechanisms now in national policy for where supply doesn't keep level with requirement. Thank you.
Obviously, it's very commendable that your monitoring framework is in good health, and that's good to hear. From what you've said in terms of the level of detail in the monitoring framework, that the council does have the finger on the pulse in terms of what's happening in the area. So from what you're saying, the council will be aware where sites are coming forward which will contribute to Oxford's unmet needs, or not, as the case may be.
Yes, I mean, we'll be very aware of how every single site in the local plan will be contributing to our overall housing need. Obviously, we have the figures we know for Oxford of what's been incorporated, the 4950 and the 1830. But we don't argue that those sites on the edge of Oxford can only be accommodated, can only be lived in by people from Oxford. And in reality, there is going to be an interaction across the housing market area. So I take your point around specifically monitoring a specific supply against a specific requirement for Oxford. But we do make the case of that's not how the housing market works. And we have a housing target which incorporates both our own housing need and the unmet need from Oxford. And we monitor how we are making progress against delivering that in very comprehensive reports.
Madam, if I could just add, I think in a sense the divergence of view is not as to could you monitor it? Do you monitor it? Is the information potentially available? Because the answer to that is, on all of those things, yes, yes, and yes. The only issue that divides us, I think, is, does soundness require the policies of this plan to make it a requirement to do that monitoring? And on that, we've obviously already set out why we don't think that is so, in order to make the policies effective. But clearly, if you take a different view on that, as it were, the mechanics of it are doable if you think that it is necessary. But we've, as I say, articulated the reason why we don't think it is necessary. So I think it's sort of probably a matter then, it becomes your judgment as to how you want to take that forward.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think we've probably exhausted the discussion on that topic. Oh, sorry, I'm
very short, fine point. It's not just a question of monitoring. The monitoring framework also needs to have responses when the delivery doesn't happen. And it's that which is the City Council's principal concern. Does the monitoring framework actually have a safeguard when the delivery doesn't happen? We've not suggested that the Vale, South Oxfordshire are unaware of the fact that delivery on the sites has been very poor. The issue is what then is the response.
Okay, thank you. Well, we have heard views on that topic, and we will reach a judgment on that in due course. So just looking at any outstanding MIQs, if we can deal with the suggested main modifications, which the council set out in their statement on HOU 1 first, if we could deal with that, that's fairly clear in terms of just updating the LHN to reflect the rebased LHN calculation. So yes, it's just a case of updating the figures. Did you have anything else to add to that?
No, Mum, I think we've gone over the detail of why the mod was introduced and why we think it's necessary, not just for the 2-year update reliance on LHN, but to secure a 15-year plan period post-adoption, and with the additional benefit of aligning the two plans, i.e. Oxford's and ours. Thank you.
And also extending the plan period. Just before we move on to discuss any other modifications, can I just take views around the room in terms of the proposed modifications set out in the Council's Matter 3 statement at paragraph 3.2.2 in terms of the proposed modification to policy HOU 1 and the housing requirement? Is that a legacy?
You have my view, and I've already outlined it.
Any views? No. Are there any other main modifications in terms of the housing requirement or target? There may be some consequential ones, which I think the council will need to have a look at throughout the plan. But if the council could do that as a separate exercise and pick those up, that would be good. So, by way of roundup, in overall terms of the respective housing requirements as revised by the main modification, justified. Start with the council.
Thank you, Mum. I'll keep it short and sweet. Yes, we believe the proposed housing requirement is sound. We have followed the expectation of successive governments that we should use a standard method for assessing our housing need. Not only is this clearly manifested in national policy, but we have seen your own colleagues reach the conclusion for Oxford's local plan that there weren't exceptional circumstances to make a departure from the standard method in Oxfordshire at that time, and we maintain that those circumstances still don't exist. The plan, as I set out, follows national policy, and we think it sets a sound and appropriate target for housing growth across South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse. I think it is important to remember that we do have a sufficient headroom against the housing requirements as well, and in relation to the proposed modification to HOU 1 as set out in Table 3 of LPA 85, we have a headroom of 2,044 homes in South Oxfordshire, or 14%, and in Vale of Whitehorse, a surplus headroom of around 2,697 homes, or 21%. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other views around the table or anything to add on previous points? Yes.
Thank you. Been saving myself up. So the audio, as you know, is not great on this side. We are dealing with 3.10 at this point. Good, just to check. So in response to your question, no. In fact, the plan runs directly contrary to one of the central objectives of national policy. Government policy has been and remains consistent for many years. Every version of the framework has sought to significantly boost the supply of housing. The tests of soundness require the plan to be consistent with national policy. Yet this plan moves in the opposite direction. In the adopted plans for South Oxfordshire, requires around 979 homes per annum when you calculate it over the plan period. For the Vale, 1,138. This plan for South Oxfordshire, it falls to 826 using the submission version, and for the Vale, around 724. So that is despite an acknowledged national housing crisis, government policy requiring a significant boost in supply, worsening affordability, increased housing waiting lists, higher population projections, stronger household growth, this being an area where delivery rates are above reduced requirements, and a plan for substantial employment growth. This plan reduces the amount of housing being planned, not slows the increase, not maintaining the requirement, it reduces it. If you take the overall requirement in Table 3 of the document received yesterday, so that's the period 25 to 43, you have a plan which achieves 68% of the latest, that's May 26, LHN for South Oxfordshire, and 72% or thereabouts for the Vale, overall 70%. If you exclude the commitments for the city, the situation is even starker. And again, using that Table 3, those figures drop to 45.6 of the latest LHN for South Oxfordshire, 62% for the Vale. Notwithstanding anything that might be said about the JLP being examined against the 23 framework, that gap, those factors that I've just mentioned, are clearly material. This is the antithesis of national policy. The issue is a central contradiction between the JLP and the framework, and it goes to the very heart of whether the plan is sound and consistent with national policy and positively prepared. Against both of those factors, the answer is plainly that it is not. And as a further point, Mr. Knott, I think, has left the room, so I'm not stealing his thunder. You heard from two of us yesterday and him today about the forthcoming plan and what happens without the JLP. The answer to the second of those points is little difference, but less. And to continue the fruit-based references, this is bananas.
Thank you. Yes.
Roger Smith from Savills. So in the examination papers, topic paper 03, housing, refers to the issue of affordable housing, and paragraph 3.14 states that there is a range of affordable housing need in each district. So within the south, this is between 90 and 83% of the total local housing need, and in Vale, it's between 26 and 91%. It goes on to say that in order to try and achieve that, it would require housing sites to deliver 80 to 90% of homes as affordable housing, which clearly is unrealistic. A week today will be the closing date for the Labour leadership election. The likelihood is we'll have a new Prime Minister. He hasn't said very much about planning, but what he has said about housing is he wants to see a significant increase in affordable housing, and particularly social housing. And the best way to do that is to allocate more land for housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robson.
If perhaps I could just summarise what I was talking about this morning. So obviously we don't think that the respective housing requirements are justified. Just bringing those points very clearly together. The requirement must link with economic growth aspirations and an uplift if necessary. We feel that the council has hugely underestimated the potential for economic growth. We've talked about those. Neil Coleman's OHCBE, the chair of the Oxford Growth Commission's interim report, sets out very succinctly why they've done that. The council's latest approach to modelling, whilst we welcome that, it's still opaque. We need to review that. So it'd be good to understand what timeframes we're working to be able to do so. Council's own evidence suggests that the housing requirement can only sustain 30 hectares, allocating 10 times that. So whilst we're not saying we need to reduce the supply of employment land, there's clear issues about what that means for the housing requirements and whether that should be increased. Part of the difference is that 80 hectares, the enterprise zone, and you heard very eloquently before, my colleague who I think has left the room now, about the importance of retaining that enterprise zone and those sites within that, but the jobs seem to have vanished from the actual modelling exercise. So the clear inference from all this is there's nowhere near enough labour force to justify the level of housing requirement that are identified, and we firmly believe that that should be increased to make sure everything is in alignment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, Madam Inspector. Firstly, I've got to say, as a former head of chambers of Manchester's largest commercial set, the notion that Andy Burnham hasn't had much to say about planning so far is something that I'm prepared to take on, probably rolled up sleeves outside if necessary. He's talked about nothing but planning for the last several years, but there we are. So that's defending my adopted city. In terms of this particular issue, no, I agree with the last three speakers that there is insufficiency in terms of the requirement. Can I deal with one specific point that Mr. Bedford raised earlier on in passing, where it was suggested that up to date means whether or not the LHN has been met? Can I just take you on a little bit of a paper trail, which won't take too long? Paragraph 235 of 2024 MPPF tells you that where you are meeting one of the subparagraphs of 234, the plan will be examined under the relevant provisions, relevant previous versions of the framework. You've then got to go back to the relevant provisions of the framework and read them properly, in my respectful submission. When you do that, up to date means what it says. It does not mean up to date as if we just transformed the whole world back to December 2023. That's important when you look at other factors. For example, the Interim Growth Board Commission report. One doesn't say because that wasn't there in 2023, somehow we can ignore that. Nor does the fact that we know now, our Matter 1 statement, that the local housing needs for the two districts are going up, substantially going up. I'm not suggesting that's what's meant by the 2023, but you cannot ignore it. Otherwise, you are ignoring a material consideration when assessing up-to-datedness. And to make that point good, if I may, there's a lot of focus in relation to specific paragraphs in MPPF. But as I said this morning, you need to read the paragraphs in full. And what's actually said, if I can start by taking you to paragraph 35 of MPPF 2023. This is the one which sets out the soundness test. Subparagraph A requires the assessment of being positively prepared. Positively prepared says providing a strategy which, as a minimum, seeks to meet the area's objectively assessed needs. Doesn't say as a minimum meeting the area's local housing needs. It says the area's objectively assessed needs. That's a phrase which actually appears 4 times within the document and isn't defined in the glossary. What might that mean? Well, if you go to the start of MPPF, paragraph 7, but particularly paragraph 8b, the one I referred to this morning, tells you that wearing my 2023 hat, sustainable development, which lies at the heart of the last iteration of MPPF since 2012, includes supporting a strong, vibrant, healthy communities by ensuring a sufficient number and range of homes can be provided to meet the needs of present and future generations, and by fostering well-designed and there it is, beautiful, safe places, ... Meeting needs is the theme. That's exactly the same theme you get in paragraph 11 of MPPF 2023. All plans should promote a sustainable pattern of development that meets the development needs of their area. Not the LHN, meets the development needs. B, strategic policies should, as a minimum, provide for the objectively assessed needs for housing and other uses. That's where you get that from. The LHN issue comes in when one looks at paragraph 61, which Ms. Gingle took the examination through at some length this morning, but it's worth stressing because it says to determine the minimum number of homes needed, strategic policies should be informed by, not governed by, informed by the local housing need assessment conducted using a standard method in MPPG. The outcome of the standard method is an advisory starting point for establishing the housing requirement. There is a need to form a judgment based upon all the circumstances that this examination has heard as to whether or not that plain judgment is that is the right approach, that is the sound approach. And if one concludes that it's actually wrong to stick by that bare minimum approach of just the LHN without an uplift to take account of economic issues, without accounts being taken of what we know is the substantial increase in housing demand, then I'm afraid that is not what is needed for paragraph 61. And I do not accept for one moment that it's a correct interpretation of MPPF that where I took the examination this morning, for example, paragraph 15, to references to up-to-datedness, that up-to-datedness is defined by December 2023. That is not what paragraph 234 of MPPF 2024 says. It's a nice little debating argument because it allows one to diminish the weight to be given to these other factors, but I'm afraid it's not a correct interpretation and it's not what MPPF 2024 says. Bring all that together, the requirement is self-evidently woefully inadequate for the needs of this particular area and comes nowhere close to meeting its objectively assessed needs properly assessed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
If we're going to go with government press releases as evidence, then we don't have a problem because the same boards have been putting forward that they're going to build anything between 500,000 and 1 million houses in the Oxford-Cambridge arc. And since we have a railway line which will deliver as many as we want into the centre of Oxford, the unmet need can easily be met from those numbers. But I would add a proviso that taking government press releases as gospel is possibly a little dangerous.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis.
Oh dear, oh dear. We can put as many sites as we like onto the plan, but we've got to build them somewhere. And there have already been questionable decisions in this district of building against the advice of the Environment Agency. We're running out of sites. If we have too big a requirement, then the 5-year rule, of course, clicks in, which allows for development, but it's unplanned. I do think we've got to put a constraint on what is feasible within this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure there are some points there the council would like to come back to.
Thank you, Mum. There's one point I just wanted to raise, to come back on, which is the point around affordable housing need forming up to 87 and 91% of our local housing need. That isn't how the plan is proposing to deal with local affordable housing. The plan does propose an increase in affordable housing contributions on major development from 40 to 50% in South Oxfordshire and 35 to 40% in Vale of Whitehorse. I just sort of don't want to get into the details of all of this today because I imagine it's a topic that we'll be considering on the stage 3 hearings. But I just want to clarify that there is a lot of detail set out in the topic paper TOP 03.2, which is the submission version that explains how we've dealt with affordable housing and how those numbers have manifested into those percentage requirement. And essentially it's, to summarise, it's trying to address as many of those people in band 4 that we were hearing about earlier, so not necessarily in the most, for those who are already adequately housed, but essentially an uplift to try and address as much of that need as possible. But I think we'll probably talk more about that in stage 3, so I don't want to keep talking and extend the conversation on that one. But thank you, Mum. I'll pass on to Mr. Bedford now.
Madam, just briefly, I think nobody in terms of their contributions today has actually been saying that the JLP's housing requirement should be calculated other than by using the standard method of the MPPF. And nobody has suggested that it should be calculated by using the standard method of the 2024 MPPF. And that has consequences because if you do use the 2023 MPPF to calculate the housing requirement, then you come to the conclusion that this plan has a housing requirement which adequately meets the local housing need calculated in accordance with the standard method, together with the agreed contribution for meeting Oxford's unmet need. Now, once you get to that position, yes, there are potentially arguments for, do you have a choice? Could you do something different to that? But that's not where we're at. We're at an examination to test the soundness of this plan, and the soundness of this plan should be tested against the 2023 MPPF and the criteria in paragraph 35. And if you are using, as the transitional provisions of the 2024 MPPF make it clear, if you are using the 2023 MPPF's policies to test the soundness of this plan, there can be no sensible argument that would suggest that for soundness reasons, you must adopt a different approach to the standard method, or that the plan must provide a higher housing requirement. That is not something, the fact that it doesn't, and it accords with the standard method, is not a criterion that can conceivably make the plan unsound. And colourfully, though, the many different points have been put by a number of the objectors, what they're really railing against is the fact that the government has decided to have transitional provisions and to allow plans to continue under the 2023 MPPF, notwithstanding that the government has already decided on a different planning policy approach for later plans. And in reality, the discussion today, the long and the short of it, is simply that. People don't like the fact that the government has transitional provisions.
Okay, thank you. So that brings to a close. Mr. Robson and Mr. Tucker. Mr. Robson, would you like to go first?
Thank you. I was just going to respond to Mr. Bedford's point there. I mean, I don't think I agree with that. In paragraph 61 of the MPPF, So the transitional arrangements to determine the minimum number of homes needed, strategic policy should be informed by local housing need assessments, or LHN, conducted using a standard method. Okay, I agree with that. It then says that is the starting point, right? So it's the advisory starting point for then establishing a housing requirement for the area. See paragraph 67 below. So yeah, you do the maths, and I don't say that they've done it incorrectly. That's the LHN. They then need to say, well, are there justification for going above the LHN to come up with a housing requirement, which is the people would come with a plan? And that's the point I think myself and others are probably contesting, is that mechanism hasn't been done. They haven't looked to see, well, what does that mean for our economic growth aspirations or affordable housing needs or other points? So it's not that we disagree with the transitional arrangements and that the standard methodology has been interpreted incorrectly. It's that they haven't then done that next step, taking the LHN to the housing requirement.
Mr. Tucker.
I raise my tone of my own very cautiously, solely because I don't want you, Madam Sir, to go away misunderstanding our point, because the way my learned friends characterised it is not the way in which we have put the point. We do not disagree that the LHN calculated in 2023 is the starting point. This plan is unsound because it's been treated as the finishing point. That's why it's a soundness issue.
Thank you. Mr. Ingle.
Just to echo the points made by colleagues around the table, we agree that it's not the 2026 standard method, it's the 2023, but as set out in detail in our Matter 3 statement, there are a range of material considerations that demonstrate it should be higher than the minimum starting point of the 2023 standard method.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll just double check. I need to be a bit of a meerkat to see over my my computer screen. Is there else? Ms. Mullins, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, just to reiterate that it's not our position that we're rallying against the 2020, the transitional arrangements. If the 2024 MPPF hadn't come out, we would still be here arguing exactly the same points. The point is that the LHN isn't the housing requirement, it's a starting point, and there is significant evidence in these two districts that would support an uplift, not a difference, not an alternative method, but an uplift. And that's what we would be arguing, irrespective of whether the transitional arrangements were there or not. Thank you.
Right.
Madam, can I just say in relation to all of those comments, we had that debate as part of the Matter 1 hearing a year ago, and you've heard all of those arguments, and we dealt with that exhaustively. That was not the purpose of today's session. So I haven't gone back into all of that, but you will be aware of that as part of your background.
Okay, a last double check to make sure I haven't missed anybody. Right, and so that brings to close Matter 3. Oh, is it a quick point?
yeah, no, Madam, it's a point which slightly goes to the logistical arrangements beyond this, but I wanted to do it in the open session when everybody else was here. You'll remember that Mr. Tucker offered you the Oxford Growth Commission's report, and we agreed after you inquired of us whether it could be added to the examination library that we had no objection to that, which is absolutely fine. But what is apparent from the documentation that you already have is you don't have anything from the two councils giving any kind of views at all about the Oxford Growth Commission. So you don't have any position statement from them on that. Since it is a lengthy document and it's being added to your reading list, what I mentioned briefly informally to Mr. Tucker, I thought that it would be fair to allow the two councils to just provide you with a brief note so that you've got, as it were, their take on that document and obviously how it has relevance or not to anything that you're considering. So I just wanted to mention that now, that was something we were going to ask you to allow us to provide. But that was the only point. Everything else we can talk about subsequently.
Can I just say Mr. Bedford was kind enough to raise that with me informally? It makes complete sense. I have absolutely no objections to that course of action at all. What might be sensible as part of that, and I really just raise it to assist your consideration, is to identify within that note the composition of the growth commission. There was a suggestion at one stage, I forget by who, that they didn't have any sort of business interests within it, which is, to our understanding, inaccurate. So it may just be a factual point that my learned friend may wish to add to his note, but the sense of adding a note when the councillors haven't commented on it makes complete sense.
Okay, thank you. I think we would certainly welcome that note. Thank you. Right, okay, so I'll attempt to close the home session again. My computer's overheating, so it's just gonna stop if we're not careful. So what we're proposing to do is at the end of each session, we are having kind of a mop-up session of the various action points. And also today we'll be doing the closing statement for the stage 2 hearings, which will also deal with timeframes for responding to the various bits of evidence that have come in. But I think it would be helpful to have a short comfort break before we start that. So can I suggest that we come back at 4:20? Is that enough time for everyone? With a gentle end. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll resume. So this is the closing session. Purpose of this session is to give some indication of the next steps in the process and deal with any procedural questions that the councils may have at this point. So before we get into the substance of that sort of discussion, if we could refresh again, as we did earlier in the week, on the action points that we've agreed today.
Oh, thank you very much. Were you looking for me to go through the list of things from today?
Yeah, it's a list of things from today. I'm going through my list. I think we're all going through our list. So just to see if we've all got the same list, that'd be a good start, wouldn't it?
The first one I've got is for Mr. Tucker's document to be added to the examination library, which I think is either done or in hand. The next one I've got was to update the typo in LPA 85, the number 6, which should read, I think, 603, I think. The next one is for our consultants, ORS, to provide a note regarding the emerging data and household trends and the potential impact or otherwise on the study that they've done.
And yeah, that was the LHNA, wasn't it?
Yep. So could I just say on that one, because it was, as it were, flowing through a number of questions and a number of topics, I've got a number of separate asterisks against all points, but they all came down to the same point, which was, would Mr. Moore include that in his note? And what I was proposing, if you're happy with this, is that we will rewatch the relevant parts of the live stream just to capture that exchange, just to make sure that we do it, rather than trying to write down now something which probably doesn't capture all those points.
I'm sure you'll enjoy that. Some nice viewing to catch up on, isn't it? But
I think importantly, it's to show his sort of thought process in terms of assessing the potential impact of updating the LHN and how, the methodologies used to look at that.
But I think after you've done that exercise and crystallised it, if you could send something to the programme officer about what your understanding is of that for us to review, I think that would be useful.
Thank you. The next one I've got down is for Mr. Tucker. He requested that the Growth Commission interim report is added to the library, and I think that has been already submitted to the programme officer. The next one I've got is for the councils to pick up any further main modifications that are sort of consequential to the changes to HOU1 as a separate exercise as necessary. So yes, we'll certainly run through the plan and see if any other updates need to be made as a result. And then the last one, the final one on my list, was for the councils to provide a brief note on the Oxford Growth Commission interim report.
Was there a point on the housing register as well? Clarification of the date on the housing?
Shall I, when we do that, when we watch back, we will try and work out that, because I'm not sure if that's a separate one or if that's all part of the same note that Nigel Moore from ORS will prepare. Do you think it's a separate one?
I was thinking it was part of Mr. Moore's note.
My note was simply, Madam, that you say, can the note also include how the housing register was used in the local housing needs? So I thought it was part of the same point.
Specific point was the categorisation of those in need, wasn't it? Whether or not they actually were in need for the purposes of the LHNA.
Yeah, so that's all the action points we've recorded. Yeah. The other thing was, and it's good that both of you are here because we want a progress chase on the statement of common ground. So is there any update to when we might receive that?
Next week. Next week is what I was asking, and I think next week is what we have in mind, if that's agreeable to you.
We have exchanged later versions of the bilateral statement of common ground over the last 24 hours, so I think we are pretty close to getting that agreed when there's just a little bit more space and we're not at the hearings yet. Certainly moving very positively.
So thank you. And in terms...
Rachel's offering Monday. I'm delighted to do Monday. Yeah. Yes, I don't think there's any points we still really need to discuss on it. So, yeah.
And in terms of the other outstanding actions, any view on when we might receive those?
Thank you, sir. The note from ORS, we did have a chat with Nigel during the break, and we were hoping to submit that to you by Friday next week, if that's okay. If you need sooner, please advise. But I think just to allow us to make sure that that's accurate, and we're not sending you another note with a typo update in the following day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think we telegraphed it in earlier hearing sessions that because of the sort of number of documents that we've received, either during these sessions or after them, we're minded to do a sort of written reps exercise on that. So obviously, once we've received them all, we'll take a view on what the extent of that will be in terms of how extensive those documents are. We'd aim to keep it focused to those documents. What I would like to test with you, though, is if we were to think that further discussion would be useful, once we've reviewed those written representations, is there any scope for a contingency session ahead of our stage 3 hearings? I'm thinking a day at most to discuss that in particular, and thinking about the timing of that.
Well, Sarah, Madam, you will perhaps recall from some of the correspondence that preceded these hearings, we did indicate, obviously, the Council's commitment to achieving timely completion of this examination, and we therefore made it clear that if it was necessary to schedule a hearing session during what would normally be many people's summer break, we were amenable to do that. Obviously, depending on what the subject matter might be, and also the personnel we would need to have involved, we may need to have some dialogue with the programme officer about that. But the principle is that, yes, if that were thought to be necessary to allow you to complete your deliberations, that is something we would accommodate. But I say, bearing in mind it is the summer period and many people, sadly not me it seems, but many people have got holiday arrangements already booked, we would want a little bit of opportunity to have some dialogue before fixing a date.
Thank you. That's useful to know. So we'll take that away and consider it. And obviously, if we think the written reps are comprehensive enough and we don't need anything else, we may well not need that contingency session. So we'd obviously have to consider the sort of further written material that the councils are producing, any written reps that are submitted in respect of those, and potentially any further discussion before we sort of move on to formalising what the next steps of the examination may be. So at that point, we'll be reflecting on whether other elements of the plan are potentially unsigned or not legally compliant insofar as the matters that we have discussed so far in stage 1 and stage 2 hearings are concerned. And if we were to come to the view whether any sort of further work, further main modifications might be necessary, we would communicate that in a post-hearings letter. And aside from sort of interim findings on those things, any post-hearings letter may also set the context for how the examination might proceed following that. So setting out sort of broad timetabling for future hearing sessions and what their content might be. So have you got any procedural questions on any of that before we wrap up?
So not in relation to that, but I'm just conscious that there are things, as it were, in the wider world which might be happening in the course of, let's say, the next week. And at the moment, we don't know that these things are happening, but for example, there have been some suggestions that there might be announcements from government in relation to local government reorganisation. We know that Oxford City Council is in the process of taking forward proposals for the submission of its plan. The question really is, would you wish to take the approach that you don't really want any additional information provided to you unless you specifically ask for it? Or do you want to take the approach of saying, well, if there is a factual change which is potentially material, you would wish us to alert the programme officer so you can consider it? Because we will go with either of those, and obviously different inspectors have a different view about how they like to deal with things.
If there's something the councils think of that nature may be material, I think we'd like to be alerted to it, and then we can take a view on it. Okay, any other procedural questions? Okay, so
so can I just raise LPA 85? You said people would have an opportunity to comment. Are you going to set a time scale through the programme officer for those comments?
Yeah, so an opportunity to comment on that and some of the other material that we've recently received or are to receive in pretty short order after the hearing session. So we'll communicate that through the programme officer and we'll set out the kind of terms of that written representations exercise through a sort of an inspector note at that time. Okay, and I'd like to invite the council to give any closing remarks they may have at this stage.
No, nothing further from us. Just thank you very much, and we look forward to hearing more.
Thank you. So for our closing remarks, we'd like to thank Ian Kemp for the efficient and effective work he has done and continues to do as the programme officer for this examination. We'd also like to thank the councils for their timely responses to our various requests, for accommodating both us as inspectors and the examination hearing sessions themselves, and for the positive and proactive contributions during the hearings. And we also thank all representatives who participated for their input in these sessions. So with that, the stage 2 hearing sessions are now closed.
Thank you, sir.